Boss, I beg you, please don't play like this in the future. After moving the busted power armor, Chen Weiguo looked at the torn left arm and said with a bitter smile. I am okay, right? Haha. Jiang Chen forced out a few laughs. Although he knew he was being too reckless, he would never admit it to his subordinates. A truck drove back and picked up the body of the mother of Deathclaw. A few soldiers who worked in a hunger team before skillfully dug out the crystals in the back of the monster's head. After scanning the almost black, green crystals with the special device, they concluded there were a total of 290 crystals. In terms of energy, the mother of Deathclaw was at the top of the food chain, among the dangerous mutants. If it was above 300 crystals, then it must be categorized in the extreme mutant creatures category. To normal survivors, 290 crystals were a sizable amount of wealth. But to Jiang Chen, these crystals were not enough. The half-scraped power armor cost more than 10,000 crystals. As for the body of the mother of Deathclaw, it will be taken back to the fishbone base, submerged in formalin for an entire month before being plugged up, and injected with concrete. The body will become a statue and will forever bow its head in the square in front of the community center. With its head being stepped under the foot of Jiang Chen in his power armor, it will be used to worship the bravery of the fishbone leader. Even the most dangerous species, the mother of Deathclaw, was defeated by our leader. What other hardships would hinder our march forward? Jiang Chen had always put an emphasis on the spiritual civilization of the base. While slavery chip could control the life and death of people, it could not control their thoughts. Fine, he didn't have such lofty thoughts, he only wanted to show off. The body of the shredded soldier could no longer be found. The strong acid in the Deathclaw's stomach would dissolve the prey, including its bones, in less than an hour. A few soldiers gritted their teeth and dragged some clothes out of it, as well as a glided knight emblem, the only two things that remained. The torn uniform and emblem will be placed in a wooden box and buried in the Fishbone Cemetery, the final destination of all knights. As to his relatives, they will be recognized as martyrs, the Fishbone base will provide for them until his children become adults. It was morning when he left and already past noon when he returned. He returned to Camp 27 with the force. Jiang Chen didn't bother with anything as he ran to the cafeteria to ask the chef to cook something simple. Although he asked for something simple, the chef definitely didn't make it simple. He used the giant pot to cook 3 dishes and personally put it on Jiang Chen's table. When he smelled the aroma of food, Jiang Chen's stomach became hungrier. After 3 consecutive battles, it certainly tired him out as he immediately started to devour the food. When he was halfway through his meal, Jiang Chen saw Chen Weiguo walk over, so he waved at him. "Did you eat yet?" "Not yet, I am seeing if there are any leftovers." Chen Weiguo forced a smile. He dropped his chopsticks while eating as he came to Jiang Chen's rescue on an empty stomach. "Come, let's eat together." Jiang Chen smiled. Chen Weiguo was flattered and didn't reject as he carried a bowl and sat across from Jiang Chen. The two chit-chat for a moment before they returned to more serious topics. "Did you search near the Like Mall?" Jiang Chen asked. "We did, but we only managed to find 2 small-sized survivor groups. No nest of the Deathclaw." As he said this, Chen Weiguo was also puzzled. Needless to say, it should still be in hibernation. Additionally, the mother of Deathclaw doesn't normally leave its nest. Although it was powerful, it didn't really hunt prey on its own. Due to its massive body, a few swings would cost it a lot of energy. The basic pattern of this species was to take the preys that were gifted by countless of pursuers in exchange for mating rights. Although genetic analysis showed that the Deathclaw may be some kind of mutated lizard caused by the radiation, its ethnic structure was more similar to ants. However, near the Like Mall, no Deathclaw nest existed. The mother of Deathclaw seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Needless to say, this was abnormal. What did the survivors say? Most of them lived in the area for over 10 years, they said they never saw the Deathclaw before. Cheng Weiguo said. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows as he didn't think it was as simple as it looked. He speculated that the Mother of Death Claw must have been lured by someone. Though he might not have been the target since it was just a coincidence he appeared there. In that case, the Death Claw must be targeting Lin Chuan or people from the Crimson Chamber of Commerce, but he just happened to kill them first and bumped into the Death Claw. But there was not enough information. Nothing would come to fruition just by thinking. At least he had to wait to crack the password on the EP chip before he can gain some more clue. The only thing he was certain about now was that the two parties were fighting over something. The Crimson Chamber of Commerce, digitalized human, defender, mutated human, and the Dusk, and possibly the Northern Alliance area. Wanghai City was a place of trouble. What was hiding here? Jiang Chen shook his head. Let's put this aside for now. Is the result of that drug out? When he left in the morning, when Jiang Chen told Cheng Weiguo he was heading out, he also left the drug for it to be taken to the fallout shelter for analysis. He was curious what the drug actually was. When he heard Jiang Chen ask about the drug, Cheng Weiguo's face also turned stern. The analysis results are out. It is a hallucinating agent, a banned substance before the war. Banned substance? Jiang Chen frowned. It is said that it posed a huge threat to society. This is the report. Cheng Weiguo took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. Something pretty weird. Jiang Chen began to scan the paper. Happy times. Just like the name of the drug, the person taking the drug will receive a day's length of happy times. The symptom was to develop hallucinations, completing taking on a role at a certain time and enjoying a happy life that didn't belong to them. The drug gained popularity in 2151 among the low to medium income population, following the economic recession. Because the drug was not addictive in nature, it didn't draw the attention of the government agency. Until one incident, where a depressed middle-aged man was standing in the middle of the street collecting garbage cans and blocking off traffic, did it finally draw the attention of the government. Mentally addictive substances were first added into controlled substance rule. No wonder Meng Qian was waiting for the bus, he really was rushing to work. After he read to the end, Jiang Chen threw the report on the table. I have seen it before. Cheng Weiguo shook his head. Arrest them if you see people selling it. Let them know. Whatever, I will do it myself. Come back with me to the fishbone base tomorrow. After eating, Jiang Chen cleaned up the bowls. Boss. What? Are you just going to let Fallout Shelter 027 sit around? Seeing there was no one around them, Cheng Weiguo hesitated for a moment before he made up his mind and asked the question. Oh. Do you have better ideas? Jiang Chen smiled. The energy rod is already transported to the camp, but I haven't handed them over yet. We can definitely use the opportunity during the handover, replace the staff with soldiers, destroy the motor in the door and capture the fallout shelter. Cheng Weiguo lowered his voice as he whispered to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen began laughing when he heard his words. Cheng Weiguo looked at Jiang Chen feeling lost as he didn't know what was the flaw in his plan. Jiang Chen stopped right away as he looked at Cheng Weiguo. What's the probability of success? 50%. After hesitating for a moment, Cheng Weiguo gave a conservative estimate. Jiang Chen shook his head as he patted him on the shoulder. Give them the energy rod, and we will leave this place. In less than a month, this fallout shelter will be mine. Cheng Weiguo was stunned, he didn't know where his boss found the confidence. But from his expression, he didn't look like he was joking. Jiang Chen provided the fallout shelter with 10 crystal energy rods. This type of energy rod followed a similar design to the 100mm nuclear fusion core, except that the contents are not 1 gram of tritium used for nuclear fusion reactions, but rather 1,000 crystal shards. This was also the enhanced version of the energy rod used in the power armor. The output was similar to the nuclear fusion core, but the energy input was only 1/10 of it. These 10 crystal energy rod could maintain a month of energy consumption for the fallout shelter. Jiang Chen personally sent it to the ground. I won't give you the hope to store energy to pass the winter. Also, if your research speed slows down, I will decrease the energy supplies. While handing over the 10 crystal energy rods, Jiang Chen also gave them his research expectations. Design a light armor, high mobility, and strong firepower of the self-propelled artillery, as an improved version of the Tiger. With the truck pulling the cannon, it was rather outdated. Since they have the opportunity now to upgrade to a better armor, Jiang Chen naturally would not let this opportunity go. Without rules restraining us, this is the most logical choice. To Jiang Chen's threat, Han Junhua only nodded indifferently. Are you not going to fight for more benefits? Jiang Chen smiled. There is no need. Han Junhua shook her head. Threats can make people remain alert. Especially since she knew that even if she demanded more, Jiang Chen would not give ground on this point. Smart choice. But seriously, this is my first time meeting such an interesting opponent. Jiang Chen laughed before turning around and going to the elevator. Han Junhua didn't oppose the word opponent. She looked at Jiang Chen and calmly blinked her eyes. Am I really interesting? Of course, not everyone can escape the shackles known as human nature and use rationality to think. I have to say, you have a talent. Are PAC's colonels all at this level? Jiang Chen let out a sigh. If that was the case, then PAC was too scary. Does it have to do with ranking? Han Junhua retorted. Jiang Chen paused for a moment before he smiled. Of course not. In other places, I have seen colonel-ranked officers, and their brains are not at all this smart. Some drawn to technicals, some arrogant. I am only curious. Where? Han Junhua asked a different question. In my backyard. Jiang Chen laughed as he said a truth that was easily misinterpreted. Then your backyard definitely would not need to worry about survival, Han Junhua said as she automatically interpreted the backyard as the fishbone base, and the colonel is only a rank that he freely gave out. You are not wrong. Although there are concerns, they are not serious. Jiang Chen nodded, but he was referring to the events in the other world. He didn't experience the irreconcilable economic crisis caused by the energy crisis in 2150, nor was he a social scientist that had to imagine when the two countries would become under high tension and what the situation would evolve into. It certainly makes people envious, Han Junhua said emotionlessly. Can I ask you another question? Go ahead, Han Junhua said concisely. What is motivating you to go against me? The honor of a soldier? Or loyalty? But without human nature, would you need these boring things? Especially now that PAC no longer exists. Jiang Chen smiled. Han Junhua didn't answer directly. Do you understand the word responsibility? I see, makes sense. Jiang Chen smiled as he didn't say goodbye. He then went up the elevator. Han Junhua watched the elevator ascend as she discreetly frowned. After returning to the surface, Jiang Chen left the defense of the base to Qingweigua's support, Wang Zhaowu. He urged him to constantly maintain an eye on the fallout shelter, including communicating with the representative every other day to ensure Su Lu and other staffs were safe. Wang Zhaowu was first puzzled by Jiang Chen's order, because as of now, the troops stationed here lived rather harmoniously with the blue skins. But Jiang Chen didn't explain the situation as he repeatedly cautioned him. If the elevator malfunctions or anything unusual happens that prevents the surface from contacting the underground, contact me directly. Yes, General. While still puzzled, Wang Zhaowu didn't ask any questions. Jiang Chen nodded as he was pleased with his attitude. Keep an eye personally, don't let other people know. After those last words, Jiang Chen left the command center of the troops stationed at the camp and walked to the empty ground. 1/4 of the wall's construction had been finished and an estimate of 1 week before the main structure could be completed. The fishbone-based soldiers had searched the entire Songjiang terrain in the past few days and didn't find any strong raider groups. Although there were 3 unknown military forces with sizes similar to the Huizhong mercenaries they wiped out, the current force of the fishbone base no longer needed to worry about those small fishes. Based on the consideration of decreasing possible things from going wrong, before the wall is completed, Jiang Chen had already notified Wang Xiaowu not to bother with them. After he ordered the soldiers already lined up in the middle of the camp, Jiang Chen and Cheng Weiguo walked to the gate. "Old Cheng, let's make a bet." After Jiang Chen got in the car, he abruptly said as he looked at the Camp 27's gate. "Huh, boss, you are funny. Other than the few packs of cigarettes, I have nothing to bet with you." Cheng Weiguo laughed. Food, everyone knew Jiang Chen didn't lack food. When he heard his subordinate's words, Jiang Chen paused before he started to laugh along. "Ahem, speaking of this, I have been considering a problem recently." Cheng Weiguo immediately put on a serious face when he heard his leader discuss serious matters. "You don't need to be so serious, I am only asking you for your opinion." Jiang Chen shook his head as he took out 2 cigarettes from his pocket and passed one to Cheng Weiguo while he lit one for himself. "What do you think about the living conditions of the survivors in the fishbone base?" He had been considering, now that the fishbone base has been growing in size, if he should open a market. For example, providing salary and use the salary to purchase food from the base. But Cheng Weiguo didn't think that far. He just thought the boss was so considerate of the subordinates and replied gratefully. "Everyone is warm and full, they are living a great life." Jiang Chen smiled as he realized the question from his perspective would yield the same answer from anyone, so he didn't ask anymore. "Boss, what is the bet that you wanted to make?" Cheng Weiguo asked. Jiang Chen laughed, stuck the cigarette out the window, and dusted the ash off in the direction of Camp 27's gate. "Within 1 month, without firing a single bullet, this fallout shelter will belong to me." After finally sending away the plague god, she returned to the fallout shelter. Han Junhua felt relieved. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that the way he looked at her was different. Weird, it didn't feel like hostility. But rather, mockery. Han Junhua shook her head as she passed through the arched door and walked to her office. Without surprise, a discontent middle-aged man stood at the door. "Since we already acquired the power, why don't we immediately restore the supply levels back to normal?" "The supply levels will be restored to normal gradually, but it will favor the researchers," Han Junhua said emotionlessly. "Why?" Wu Yagua questioned. "Because we are working for other people." Han Junhua didn't stop as she walked around Wu Yagua and opened the office door. When the fallout shelter was closed, everyone's work was relaxed. A lot of people didn't even need to work. The production system was highly automated. As long as there was energy, there would be food and water. In an enclosed society there was no competition. The sluggish work habit has become rooted in everyone in the past 20 years. Although a lot of people were highly intelligent, it would be hard for the knowledgeable but lazy people to meet the research speed required by the base. Since the energy stored in and the amount consumed by the fallout shelter was clear, the fishbone base's energy source was not without a price. With their previous egalitarian ways, it would allow everyone to die in their lazy ways. Who made all this? Han Junhua's indifferent attitude triggered Wu Yagua. He angrily reached out his hand to grab her shoulder. But before his hand could touch her a sharp pain came from his leg as his vision blurred. He was slammed to the ground. A gun was pointed at his head as Han Junhua casually let go of the hand holding onto his arm. "From now on, the fallout shelter assembly is dissolved. I use the power of the leader to retract any of the permissions given to the residents by the former leader." "Okay, Miss Han Junhua." A robotic voice came from the speaker above. The control terminal of Fallout Shelter 027 granted her decision. You can't do that." Wu Yagua's face turned pale. "But I can. After putting away her pistol, Han Junhua walked into the office and closed the door. The energy crisis was solved, and the residents' mood returned to normal. It was time to clean up the mess. Han Junhua saw Academician Qin standing in front of her desk. "Is there something you need?" she said concisely as she sat back in her chair. "Aha, I heard. You sent Leader Zhang's daughter as the ambassador to be stationed at the Fishbone base." Academician Qin hesitated for a moment and said slowly. "Zhang Yuzhu, that seemed to be her name. The baby that the former Fallout Shelter leader made an exception for. Aha, she is righteous, and her personality is bright. Since she was born in the Fallout Shelter, she has no impractical thoughts, and is fitted for this job. It was enough to make a mistake just once. She already made the mistake of sending Shi Yongtian to the surface as the communicator. The people that experienced the prosperity from before the war, when they see the survivors suffering among the ruins, it was hard to ensure they won't sprout the mentality of feeling superior. But for the people that were born in the Fallout Shelter, they truly longed for everything on the surface. They won't mind if it was all in ruins or not. If they could gain the friendship of the Fishbone base and peacefully integrate Fallout Shelter 027 while maintaining a certain status, it would be the best scenario Han Junhua could think of. Seeing that Academician Qin didn't leave, Han Junhua stopped working and raised her head. "What else?" "Aha, here is a letter. My old friend asked me to give it to you." Academician Qin gave her the slightly crumped letter. Han Junhua glanced at the name as she took it. "Why do you give it to me now?" As she opened it, she said nonchalantly. "Because I think it is more appropriate now. First, let me repent for my actions. But I won't regret. I can't lead the residents of the Fallout Shelter till the end. Under my leadership, they will only walk to destruction. Perhaps after ordering the execution of the intruder, should have executed that infant. But I couldn't. I am a coward. I chose death. I should have died a long time ago. Human nature is also the burden of survival. I remember you told me this before. If my death could wake up a more decisive leader, then perhaps it wouldn't be too late." Zhang Qiming, to my colleague, the hands holding the letter trembled. Han Junhua took a deep breath as she hid the grief behind a mask. The grief to duty. In a place 3,000 meters below Wanghai City, an odd-shaped fallout shelter was buried. The reason why it was odd was that there was no living area, nor ventilation equipment. Only the mechanical parts that sparkled occasionally and the light that came on and off. And because of this, in the surrounding 500 square meters, it was filled with ozone. Along the outskirts of the room was a ring of hibernation chamber devices. However, a closer examination would indicate that it was not a traditional hibernation chamber because there was no sign of ice shards on the glass surface. Inside the chamber was not ultra-low temperature, but inert gas. It was obviously not preserving humans, but robots. A central computer stood in the middle of the room. Under the black screen was a cylindrically shaped culture tank and a human brain was floating inside of it. The bottom of the central computer was connected to various wires of different sizes, which led to each facility inside the fallout chamber. The brain was like a spider in the middle of the spider web, controlling everything attached to it. The fallout shelter was not the property of the pack because it was not included in the serial code. Precisely speaking, it didn't belong to any government organization, it was a completely privately funded personal fallout shelter. Lin Fallout Shelter was its name. Before the war, the rich building a fallout shelter for themselves was nothing surprising. Although this fallout shelter was strange. Suddenly, the light below a hibernation device lit up and laminated the dormant enclosure. Number 04 lost, activate backup parts. PSHH- the sound of gas leaking diffused from the edges of the hibernation chamber, and the door slowly opened. A man slowly opened his eyes, waking up from hibernation. The dim light reflected on his face. That man was Lin Chowan, the one that got his head pulled off. At the same time, the screen of the central computer also lit up. A white-haired, kind but authoritative face appeared in the middle of the screen. He looked at Lin Chowan as the elder man in the screen slowly said, "Do you know what to do now?" Of course, Lin Chowan's one knee was on the ground as he said respectfully, "Father." The elder man nodded. "Then go." Lin Chowan got up. "Father," a group known as the Dusk entered Jia City. With their disturbance, the coalition of rebels we built suffered heavy losses. Should we do anything about this? "No need to bother about the escapist, they are just grasshoppers," the elderly man said. "No matter how high they jump, they are still only grasshoppers. Although they have some foresight compared to ordinary survivors, that's all." Even if those fools hindered his plan, to a cold machine, it had no concept of revenge. The iron law of the machine was to choose the method with the highest efficiency. Lin Chowan nodded. "What about that Jiang Chen?" When he heard the name, the old man had a rare silence. "Keep an eye on him." "Yes." Lin Chowan nodded before he left. The Titan supply policy finally ended as all the residents of Fallout Shelter 027 felt relieved. It was an insufferable time that no one should ever experience. They couldn't take a shower, couldn't eat till they were full and were only able to receive 1 hour of light a day. There was good news, but also certainly bad news. First, a research team was formed. All the talents specializing in military technology and mechanics were gathered together. They said they were going to select a group of researchers to design a tank called Tiger II. No one was willing to do it. Research cost a lot of energy. Their work schedule before was only an hour a day, but once they participate in the research, they would have to work more than 8 hours. It was torture. Only fools would do it. But soon after, they were all fighting for a spot. Because the newly enacted supply policy started to favor researchers. Only the people on the research team could enjoy organic food. Not only that, the soilless farm in the Fallout Shelter would start producing coffee, tea, and other luxuries, but these luxuries will only be available to researchers. There was a finite amount of supplies. Therefore, the supplies given to people with no work were starting to become limited. At the same time, current positions in the Fallout Shelter will start to execute a cruel performance elimination system. The researchers were immediately motivated to work. There were a lot of talents in the Fallout Shelter, no one wanted to lose such a nice job. But on the contrary, negative public opinion became apparent. Since there were limited work positions, before the Fallout Shelter can earn more research projects, only a few people can enjoy the benefits. The majority of the people at the shelter can only conduct labor-intensive work or no work at all. No one wanted to drink plain nutrient supplies every meal, such food made their stomachs upset after having too many. Of course, such lavish thoughts would only exist in Fallout Shelters. The residents were extremely discontent, but immediately Han Junhua did another horrifying thing. She removed the resident representative and dissolved the resident assembly. It was no different than announcing a dictatorship. That bit *H had no rights to that. Performance elimination. God, the person that should be eliminated, is her. Look what she did after she took over. A rather muscular resident wiped off the sweat from his forehead, opened up, and complained to the resident who was also wiping the floor. He selectively ignored the fact that as the leader, she could only distribute the existing supplies, not create supplies out of thin air. Shoo, don't let the security team hear this. The resident eyed him as he lowered his voice. It would be impossible to say they don't miss the old leader. At least the old leader didn't make them wipe the floor 4 times a day. What's the purpose of this? She was not a clean freak before. Who cares? That bit *H always has a bit *high face. Do you think she would care how the skunks like us at the bottom view her? The person cursed. At this time, a girl in a white dress walked over. Are you thirsty? Su Lu smiled at the two as she leaned down shaking the bottle in her hand. The two men were lost for a moment before an awkward expression appeared on their faces. They were supposed to display their noble gesture in front of this lady, but they were cursing, *H, constantly. Su Lu saw through the awkwardness, smiled, and magically took out 2 cups and poured some water for them. Here, drink some water. Thank you. The two thanked her with embarrassed faces as they took the cups quickly. After chugging all the water in the cup, the muscular man was stunned as he had a shocked expression on his face. The other person drinking coughed as he almost choked. This is, honey water. That's right, does it taste good? Su Lu grinned. Yes. The thinner man wiped his mouth with his sleeve and graciously looked at Su Lu. There is more. Drink slowly, there's no need to rush. You are labor workers and spend a lot of energy working, it is good for the body to drink something sweet, she said softly as she poured more honey water. Just like an angel. The way the two looked at her was filled with admiration. Thank you, this is troubling you too much. The muscular man couldn't stop thanking her. Speaking of this, I have seen you at the embassy office. The thinner resident straightened his back and looked at Su Lu, puzzled. I remember that supplies on the surface were not ample. Yang Lin, what do you mean? The muscular resident stared at the thin man. Brother Hao, I don't mean anything, I am just curious. Yang Lin forced a smile as he comforted Zhao Hao's attitude. This guy was drawn to her at first sight. Compared to the more straightforward friend, while Yang Lin was grateful, he was a bit more rational. These are all misconceptions, Su Lu lowered her head as she said with pity. This is the purpose of me being here. I hope through my work, it can resolve the misconception between us. It seemed to be the case since no one actually went to the surface before and were all listening to the elaborate stories told by Han Junhua. Who knows if she is just using the outside being dangerous as an excuse to create class conflicts in order to solidify her dictatorship. As Yang Lin thought about this, he began to question himself. He previously maintained a neutral attitude towards Han Junhua. However, now he began to lean towards the opposite side. Did the fishbone people really come with the purpose of war? Did the energy in the base fall to the point where they had to limit supplies? The leader never explained any to the people. As to the details of the negotiation, they only knew the result. Different from the perplexed mind of Yang Lin, Zhao Hao was simply cursing the dictator in his mind. Compared to this angel, she was bad to the bone. Sorry to take so much time for you, my free time is now over. Su Lu put away the bottle, smiled, and waved at them. No bother at all, Zhao Hao rushed to say. But before his voice died down, the door at the corner opened. People inside, what are you doing? The security force walked in quick steps. They stood in front of Su Lu as they scanned the three of them. What did she ask you? The security force looked at Yang Lin. Before Yang Lin opened his mouth, Zhao Hao began to ridicule coldly. She asked if our work is difficult or not. She did the job of what your boss is supposed to do. The security force stared at him, didn't say a word, and then looked at Su Lu. Please make your surveying along with us, please cooperate with our work. Of course. Su Lu smiled. Then she let the soldier follow behind her as she walked to the other end of the hall. Are you crazy? If you get on the wrong terms with the security force, are you not afraid you may lose your job? Yang Lin dragged his friend closer as he lectured in a low voice. But Zhao Hao didn't say a word as he blankly watched Su Lu leave. Yang Lin, do you believe in angels? What? She is my angel. Is your brain not working? Yang Lin ridiculed him. Although he said that, Yang Lin couldn't deny the beauty of the ambassador. Her beauty came from not only the surface but also the soul. Especially in contrast with a particular person, her beauty was blinding. But what the two didn't know was, it was only a facade. When the fleet returned to the base, it was already dusk. Jiang Chen didn't go with Chen Weiguo to eat in the community center cafeteria. Instead, he returned straight to the mansion. Right after he put his winter suit on the clothing rack, Sun Jiao walked up to him with complaint written on her face. "Why do you have a straight face, don't you miss me?" Jiang Chen with a smirk on his face put his arms around Sun Jiao's waist and his lips near her ear. Sun Jiao's face turned red, but then she quickly raised her eyebrows as she gently bit Jiang Chen's ear in revenge. "What did you do outside?" "Ahem, I promise to God I didn't do anything bad in the past 3 days," Jiang Chen said exasperatedly. He was becoming more and more courteous. When she heard Jiang Chen's words, Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at him. "I am not talking about that," as she said this, worry returned to her face. "Can't you be more careful? You are the leader of a force. This is not the Stone Age, no general led the charge." She was talking about that. Jiang Chen's face looked rather embarrassed as he looked away scratching his nose. I will be careful." The battle with the Mother of Deathclaw was in a dire situation. If he knew it was a hornet's nest, he would not find trouble himself. "You said that last time to me. A fight with the Mother of Deathclaw, are you crazy? If you die," Sun Jiao bit her bottom lip as tears began to swell up. Jiang Chen sensed her deep care as he felt warm on the inside. He hugged Sun Jiao apologetically as he comforted her. "Don't say something so ominous, I am fine aren't I?" Sun Jiao let Jiang Chen hug her as she pouted her mouth and put her chin on his shoulder. Then she spoke into his ear. "Then absolutely be careful next time." Jiang Chen said sincerely as he hugged the warm figure. Also, as she spoke, her face suddenly turned a burning red as she displayed a rare coyness. "Also, it is nothing, but you always do such dangerous things," Sun Jiao buried her head. "How about," the red lips trembled because of her shyness. Her faint voice played a seductive mumble, "How about, next time when we do that, let's not use the contraceptive needle." Sun Jiao clearly didn't know the impact those words would have on a man as Jiang Chen's stomach immediately felt heated. "Honey, don't say anything." With a finger on his lips, Sun Jiao opened her mouth and drew out the silent but seductive words, "Kiss me." Jiang Chen couldn't hold back any longer. One hand held onto the long and athletic leg, while the other hand wrapped around her waist as he pinned her against the sofa in the living room. But then, Jiang Chen was stunned as an awkward expression crept onto his face. On the second floor, Sun Xiaoro, sitting in her wheelchair, grinned at the loving couple. Don't mind me." The devil-like smile was too similar to Sun Jiao's. How would he not mind? With her sister seeing the embarrassing scene, Sun Jiao couldn't stand it any longer as she instantly jumped out and escaped from Jiang Chen's hug. "Sorry for making you replace my sister in accompanying me." Sun Xiaoro, sitting in the wheelchair, turned her head, and naughtily blinked her eyes. The dusk light stretched out their shadows. Jiang Chen pushed Sun Xiaoro along the small road in the back garden of the mansion. After Sun Jiao ran away, he was about to run away too because he didn't know how to face her. The her now was obviously different from the her before, and he did take her first time away from her. It may be confusing to explain it this way, but the emotions in his mind perhaps were more confusing than this. But Sun Xiaoro stopped him as she asked him to help her down the stairs. Because he could not say no to the cute and impossible to refuse eyes, the soft-hearted Jiang Chen came back and brought her downstairs. Then we got to this point where Jiang Chen has replaced Sun Jiao, who ran away, and was taking her for a walk in the backyard. Although Sun Xiaoro herself could walk with this voice-controlled wheelchair, in a complex environment, it was more convenient to have someone beside her. Especially since it was not easy to explain the direction she wanted to go in the first place. Jiang Chen gently breathed out a cloud of mist. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "It's okay. I have always wanted to apologize to you." "Why do you need to apologize to me?" Sun Xiaoro blinked her eyes. I almost killed you and the person you love. Then because of your anger, you took revenge as I didn't want to confess. Or rather, I should thank you for not killing me. Jiang Chen paused for a second and after a while, he smiled. Thank you. Whether or not she really meant it, when he heard she didn't hate him, it made Jiang Chen feel better. Sun Xiao gently blinked her eyes as she didn't continue on with the conversation, but quietly stared at the snow along the tiny path. Are you better now? Jiang Chen stared at the peacefulness shown on the side of her face as he gently asked. Sun Xiao's mouth curved up. What area? If it is the body, I can't move below the shoulder. Based on what Lin Lin has said, with her current condition, the brain damage was more problematic than nerve damage. The nerve on her back did not suffer any damage nor was there any abnormalities in her body condition, she just couldn't move her body parts below the shoulder. It felt as if she has forgotten how to use her arms and legs. It was a problematic condition. Whether it was in the Fishbone Base or the 6th Street, there was no medical equipment could conduct brain repair surgery. But Jiang Chen already used the fake legs bar to put up a reward. Whoever obtains a complete set of surgical equipment would receive 5,000 crystals. With such a high reward, eventually, this problem will be solved. Spiritually. It was a weird way to ask this question. As to why he asked the question, Jiang Chen was also not quite sure. Her black hair fell to her side as Sun Xiao titled her head, why would you ask that? Because your memory returned, right? It is too intrusive to ask this in such a way, just pretend I didn't ask the question. Jiang Chen forced a smile. Hearing this, Sun Xiao only smiled. How do you think I should be? Jiang Chen was about to say, remove the brainwashed part and become the sister of Sun Jiao, but that sentence was stuck in his throat. Sun Xiao watched the sunset in the distance as she continued. There have been two figures fighting in my mind to take control of my body. One being the religious me, the other being the sister me. It's weird to say it this way, right? Sun Xiao turned around to look at Jiang Chen as she timidly smiled. No. Not weird. Jiang Chen shook his head and stared into her eyes while waiting for her to continue. To be honest, I have been thinking a lot in the past few days. Regardless which me it is, they are all me. But that you was brainwashed. Jiang Chen couldn't help but state. What exactly is being brainwashed? Jiang Chen couldn't interpret the meaning behind those words. He didn't answer as he just looked at her, puzzled. For humans to live in this world, they are constantly receiving an external signal. A ray of sunshine, a breeze of wind, the occasional snowstorm, words of advice. How do you determine what is brainwashed? Then you are, perhaps the two personalities meshed together. Maybe that is easier to understand. Sun Xiao blinked as she said playfully. It was hard to imagine, as the victim, she could have such a bright smile. Do you hate those people? Since they were the ones that used the chip to lock your memory, Jiang Chen asked. Sun Xiao shook her head and once again looked at the sunset in the distance. The deep red was no longer blinding, it looked like a torch about to extinguish. What's after dusk? Jiang Chen followed the direction Sun Xiao was looking as he gazed at the orange color. He thought for a moment as he gently said. It's night. Sun Xiao nodded and said while gazing at the setting sun. That's right. They are just a bunch of petty people. The religious firmly believed in the doomsday of the Earth's civilization. The promise to stay away from the fallen sun, the effort of spending their entire life creating the ark that will carry the new civilization away from the wasteland, into the endless night. Even if the mission they had given their all to was successful, would the future waiting for them be the dawn? Pitiful people. Why hate the pitiful people? After pushing Sun Xiao back into the mansion, the sun had already gone down. The adorable Yao Yao finished cooking the dishes, and she and Lin Lin brought the delicious dishes to the table. Sun Jiao, on the other hand, carried the heavy burden of searching for people. But she was not as successful as she had thought. Sun Jiao searched through the mansion without finding the missing Sun Xiaoro and Jiang Chen. She even went into the basement. Perhaps because the withered leaves blocked her vision, but, through the window, she didn't see the two people in the backyard taking a walk. Seeing the two people harmoniously show up in the living room, suspicion flashed across Sun Jiao's face as her eyes moved between the two. What happened between you two? Ahem, can you not ask this so weirdly? Jiang Chen facepalmed. I just feel the air between you two is a bit odd, with a hand on her chin, Sun Jiao said. Then it must be your illusion, Jiang Chen ridiculed. We only took a walk in the backyard, chatted for a while, and there is nothing more to the story, Sun Xiaoro blinked and told her sister. Although still suspicious, to her own sister, Sun Jiao had complete trust. Since she chose to believe her sister, Sun Jiao nodded and spoke to Jiang Chen. Okay. Let's not talk about this, for now. Go eat. I'll send Sun Xiaoro upstairs and feed her the nutrient supply, and then I'll come down. Sun Jiao walked to Sun Xiaoro as she was about to take over. Sister, are we going to sleep together tonight? Sun Jiao blinked her eyes as she asked her sister with a pure face. Sun Jiao thought about Jiang Chen and how she was going to have unprotected sex. She was about to say no when she realized the joking smile on her sister's face. Sun Jiao's face immediately turned red as she gave her a dirty look. You are making fun of your sister. I am not going to feed you. Woo, sister, I'm sorry. Spare me, Sun Xiaoro batted her eyes as she jokingly acted coy. Beg your brother-in-law. Sun Jiao made a fierce face before she returned to the kitchen. Watching Sun Jiao leave, Jiang Chen had a joyful smile. From that night on, she was a lot more cheerful. Ah. I accidentally made sister mad, so I'll have you trouble you in bringing me to the second floor. Looking at Jiang Chen, Sun Xiaoro naughtily stuck out her tongue. No problem. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. He held on to the wheels as he easily lifted the wheelchair and Sun Xiaoro on top. Speaking of which, you sisters have a really good relationship, Jiang Chen said after putting the wheelchair down on the second floor. A red hue appeared on Sun Xiaoro's face as she lightly closed her eye. Aha! That's because, we are the only family left. Therefore. Then, she opened her eyes as she naughtily looked at Jiang Chen. Therefore, please make my sister happy. Of course. As Jiang Chen laughed, he rolled her back to her room. Sun Jiao was the first person he met in this world and the first woman of his life. Regardless, he will make her happy. After going into Sun Xiaoro's room, under her direction, Jiang Chen took out a box from the top drawer. Compared to the E-level nutrient supply that most survivors drink, the A-level nutrient supply made with fruit, vegetable and animal proteins didn't taste too terrible. But to use fresh food to create nutrient supply, only Jiang Chen could be this lavish. Are you really not going to eat with us? Yao Yao's cooking is great, Jiang Chen said. Although she couldn't use her hand, if someone fed her, she could still eat. Sun Xiaoro smiled. If I eat, it is going to be really troublesome. I would need a urine straw when I need to go to the washroom if I want to do number 2, it would be really inconvenient. Towards the end of her sentence, Sun Xiaoro's face was burning. Jiang Chen also looked embarrassed as he looked away. He seemed to have asked an inappropriate question. After taking out the tubular nutrient supply, Jiang Chen opened the cap, but then, his hand froze in midair. Sun Xiaoro gently closed her eyes with her slightly opened red lips raised. The red vibrancy could be faintly seen through her lips. Are you not going to feed me, brother-in-law? Seeing that Jiang Chen hasn't moved, Sun Xiaoro opened one eye and playfully giggled. Jiang Chen gulped as he put the test tube beside Sun Xiaoro's mouth. Maybe because Jiang Chen had no experience in taking care of people, or he ignored the thickness of the nutrient supply. The speed he poured the nutrient supply was faster than the speed Sun Xiaoro could drink. Her eyebrows were slightly raised as her frail throat made a feeble gulping sound. Cough, cough dash, are you okay? Jiang Chen immediately stopped. But then he noticed the thick liquid dripping from Sun Xiaoro's mouth, her throat gulping, and the pure expression. This is too evil. Jiang Chen felt embarrassed for his sick-minded thoughts. It's okay. Brother-in-law's action was a bit aggressive. Finally gulping down the thickness in her mouth, Sun Xiaoro smiled. I'll go get your sister to feed you. To hide himself from being hard, Jiang Chen closed his legs discreetly as he awkwardly smiled. No. The pouted mouth immediately turned up. Sun Xiaoro used her coy eyes to look at Jiang Chen. Brother-in-law, I am hungry. This devil. Jiang Chen suppressed himself as he fed the remaining nutrient supply to her. With a conflicted but turned-on mood, Jiang Chen was about to leave. Looking at Jiang Chen's back, Sun Xiaoro gently said, "Can I tell you a secret?" "Uh-huh. Of course." Jiang Chen stopped and turned his head. Sun Xiaoro motioned for him to come closer. Was it necessary? There is no one here. Even if he thought that, Jiang Chen still followed her wish and put his ear beside her mouth. Feeling the gentle breath beside his ear, he felt a tingling sensation. Sun Xiaoro's face was burning. She took a deep breath as a smirk appeared on her face. If sister becomes pregnant, I can help you. Although I can't move my body. When she was in the living room, she heard the conversation between Jiang Chen and her sister. Whatever was going on in her mind, she said these words naughtily. Like she had expected, Jiang Chen's expression immediately froze as he was in dismay. Girl, what are you thinking? Jiang Chen didn't know what to say as he pinched her nose before escaping in panic. Watching the door close, the corner of Sun Xiaoro's mouth curved up as she softly closed her eyes. She savored the sweetness in her mouth as her face flushed red. Such a gentle person. Although she knew it was not right to tease the person her sister liked. But such a good character made people. The urine straw below the wheelchair had 1 centimeter of transparent liquid come out. From its color, it was definitely not urine. When Jiang Chen came downstairs to the dining room, Sun Jiao and the rest had already started to eat. Just from the dishes on the table, he did not feel the atmosphere of the apocalypse at all. Especially the dark red pig trotters, just from the looks of it made Jiang Chen eager to eat as he walked to the table. Perhaps she had been used to Yao Yao's delicious cooking. Sun Jiao's etiquette was more delicate compared to when she first met Jiang Chen. Looking at her eating calmly in small portions, Jiang Chen could not see the old bold girl that would not even leave behind the soup in the can. But Lin Lin, on the other hand, was devouring through the dishes without any signs of decency. She completely ignored the late Jiang Chen. The way she ate was as if she wanted to make up for all the food she missed over the last 20 years. When she saw Jiang Chen walk over, the nice Yao Yao filled Jiang Chen's bowl full of rice and poured him a bowl of steamy lotus roots and pork rib soup. Jiang Chen rubbed Yao Yao's hair as he smiled. I can do it myself. With Jiang Chen's big hand rubbing her head, a soft smile appeared on Yao Yao's adorable face. The lotus root soup is great. Also, if you drink it in the winter, your stomach will feel warm. Aha! Yao Yao's cooking is great, Jiang Chen praised her. The small loli timidly smiled as she buried her blushed face down. Loli lover, Lin Lin and Sun Jiao focusing on their food both murmured in a quiet voice. These two ridicules obviously didn't escape the suspect's ear. Jiang Chen helplessly looked at Sun Jiao and Lin Lin as he defended innocently in his mind. Am I that much of an animal? After dinner, Jiang Chen went to Yao Yao's room as he gave the task of cracking the EP memory chip to the little girl. When she heard she could help Big Brother out again, Yao Yao energetically took over the memory chip in Jiang Chen's hand, raised her not-so-full chest, and promised Jiang Chen she would complete the task. Jiang Chen was pleased when she saw the enthusiasm from Yao Yao. Compared to the Lin Lin, who constantly demand pudding, the willing Yao Yao was almost like an angel. The night was dark. Sun Jiao sneaked out of bed. Sun Jiao looked at her sister's peaceful face as a proud smile appeared on her face. She wore thin as veil pajamas. Sun Jiao quietly walked to the door, sneaked out of the bedroom, and gently closed the door. But not long after, the door opened again. A figure clearly not Sun Jiao sneaked inside. With the creak of the door waking Sun Xiao up, she opened her eyes and watched the man walk beside the bed. "Where is your sister?" With excitement, Jiang Chen lowered his voice and asked. "She is sleeping in her own room," with lips unnoticeably curved up. Sun Xiao mimicked Sun Jiao's voice. It has to be mentioned that the sisters looked really similar. The slight difference was faded by the blurry night. What was more troubling was that they were not only similar in appearance, but also in voice. As long as she lowered her voice and added a hint of maturity to the light and soft tone, they didn't sound very different. When Jiang Chen heard Sun Xiao was not there to disturb them, Jiang Chen was naturally ecstatic. With a smirk, he approached her ear and gently breathed in while using an intimate tone. "Tonight, I will see *M in you until you are pregnant." With face burning, Sun Xiao's lips trembled as she couldn't say a word. The sheet was lifted as she felt something sneak inside. At the same time, she felt something press her chest tightly. She lightly moaned as she felt the warmness on her chest. However, Sun Xiao slightly frowned. When he usually did it with her sister, was he always so direct? For some reason, she impulsively wanted to play with fire. If she didn't remind Jiang Chen and continued to pretend like this, when would he figure out that she was not her sister? The thing that happened in the basement, followed by the fusion of her memories, made it fade out of her mind. She just faintly remembers that with rough force, he took away her first time. The intimate thought circled her mind as it lured her. Since my first time was taken away by him, a second time would be okay. But just as she closed her eyes, preparing to let the story develop further, the warmness surrounding her chest retracted. "You are not Sun Jiao." He pulled his hands away as he asked awkwardly. Although it was impossible to tell with the lights off. But the chest was clearly not right. Sun Jiao was at least a 36D, but those seemed to be only a bit bigger than AB. Seeing she could no longer pretend, Sun Xiao giggled. "That's right, brother-in-law." Someone knocked on the door. With bare pajamas, Yao Yao rubbed her blurred eyes and walked to the door in her rabbit slippers. "Woo. It's late, is there something wrong?" Sun Jiao suspiciously scanned Yao Yao's neat clothes a few times. "Is Jiang Chen not here? I wish he was here." Yao Yao pouted her mouth as she threw a small tantrum. To Sun Jiao, occupying Big Brother, the small loli was never too happy about it. They had discussed before that they must feed the big bad guy to make sure he stays on this side. But now, the delicious ribs were all eaten by Sister Sun Jiao. As the small animal, she couldn't even drink the soup. Sun Jiao didn't realize Yao Yao's tantrum as she tilted her head in confusion. Where did he go? Could it be Lin Lin? Where are you going? Looking at the small loli suddenly going downstairs, Sun Jiao was puzzled. Yao Yao turned around and nodded seriously. Just in case, let's go check Lin Lin's room. Sun Jiao didn't know why Yao Yao all of a sudden was more keen on this than herself as they went downstairs. Not long after, the furious roar of Lin Lin being woken up came from downstairs. Sun Jiao pushed open the door, yawned, and returned to her bedroom. In the end, the three people that searched the entire mansion concluded that Jiang Chen may have returned to sleep in the modern world. Therefore, concluding the unrest caused by Sun Jiao sneaking out of her bed. As she quietly climbed into bed, Sun Jiao confirmed the peacefulness on her sister's face as a gentle smile appeared on her face. She lightly combed the hair strands in front of her forehead and kissed her on the forehead. Sister, you are still not asleep. Sun Xiaoro opened her eyes as she blinked her bright eyes at her sister. Are you awake? Seeing her sister suddenly wake up, Sun Jiao slid back, embarrassed. Just woke up. Sorry, did I wake you up? When she heard her sister's words, Sun Xiaoro shook her head and giggled. No, I just had a dream. Sun Jiao caringly held on to her sister's hand. Dream? Did you have a bad dream? But Sun Xiaoro shook her head again. No, it was a sweet dream. Then, a red hue appeared on her cheeks. He is a really gentle person. 10 days have passed by since Jiang Chen withdrew most of the soldiers. The atmosphere at Camp 27 was like any other day, but inside Fallout Shelter 027, the atmosphere was peculiar. There was not a single person inside the 4 resident areas. The hallways connecting each area was also empty, no one was wiping the almost shining walls and floors anymore. Where did everyone go? Contrary to the deserted residential areas, the industrial area was jam-packed with people. Standing on the stairs looking down, there was a sea of people. With a rough estimate, excluding the 100 residents that moved up to the surface already, the remaining 1,600 residents in the fallout shelter were all here. Because of the high density of the people, the environment was terrible here. There were children crying and enraged conversations. There were people sitting in the corner with their luggage, and people even made a bed on the ground with the intention of staying long-term. The 20-people security force stood on the high ground as they were on high alert with their weapons ready. They never faced a situation like this. Nor did they know how to deal with it. The saving grace was, the residents' emotions remained restrained as they didn't show any aggressive gestures. At that time, the door opened. With 2 soldiers beside him, Tian Feng walked in. Because of his work in obtaining the nuclear fusion core, he was appointed by Han Junhua as the chief commander of the security force and replaced the previous commander assigned by the old leader. He was responsible for the security and defense tasks in the fallout shelter. When he heard the gathering happening in the industrial area, he immediately rushed over. Seeing their commander walk in, the 20 soldiers stood up straight and gave him a standard pack salute. Tian Feng returned one as he passed the row of soldiers and walked beside the barrier on the stairs. He began to frown looking down at the enraged crowd. What do they want to do? Tian Feng asked the soldiers beside him. They are protesting. The young soldier heard the commander's question as he replied truthfully. Protest? Tian Feng frowned. As he was just about to ask what they were protesting about, he heard a roar from the crowd. We demand an explanation. Yes. Get Han Junhua to come out. Tian Feng looked at the angry faces. Although he was puzzled, he immediately realized the situation was odd. What are they protesting about? With voice lowered, he asked the young soldier. The young man had a glimpse of hesitation, but he gritted his teeth and spoke. Someone said. The leader established a program in her EP and connect the lock permission of the fallout shelter door with her life signal. Is that it? Tian Feng was confused. Also. Since he already started, the young man was not afraid the commander may be angry as he spilled out everything he knew. Including Han Junhua used the leader's permission to take all the residents' life as a hostage, the resident assembly being dissolved, and the residents demanding an explanation for all her actions. When he heard the entire story, Tian Feng gasped for air. 1. Because he was shocked by the amount of information revealed behind the rumors, and 2. Because there was a conspiracy hidden behind the spread of these rumors. Seeing the silent commander, the young man hesitated for a moment and said, Commander. What is it? What they are saying? Is it true? From his eyes, Tian Feng saw a hint of confusion. That confusion made him feel an inexplicable fear. Don't trust the rumors. Control the situation here. I'll report to the leader. He hastily assigned the task to the soldiers as he was about to turn around to go to Han Junhua's office. But then, Wu Yagua came out of the crowd and stood in front of him. Tian Feng noticed there was a bruise on his face. The residents demand an explanation. Wu Yagua fearlessly stared into Tian Feng's eyes as he said loudly. The leader of the fallout shelter had no need to justify her actions, but I trust that Leader Han will give you a satisfactory response. Because he was still lost about the situation, Tian Feng gave a procedural response. But obviously, no one was pleased with his response. Yeah. I hope so, Wu Yagua sneered. Could you guys go back first? Tian Feng knew that Wu Yagua was reputable among the residents, so he lowered his voice as he tried to persuade him. Wu Yagua locked his eyes on Tian Feng. After knowing the truth behind this event, do you think that's a possibility? Tian Feng couldn't say a word. His throat moved before he turned around walking away. As he watched Tian Feng leave, the rage in Wu Yagua's eyes was tinted with a hint of hatred. Someone leaked the news and revealed all the details of the negotiation. The entire fallout shelter was a mess. No one dared to sleep in their bedrooms anymore. No one was willing to be the sacrifice, the betting chip for someone else's survival. Therefore, everyone gathered in the industrial area and slept together on the ground. But Han Junhua quickly controlled the situation as she ordered the security forces to forcefully remove the protesters and have everyone return to their duty within an hour. But during the process, someone shouted. She is a dictator. She is trying to use everyone's life to maintain her evil reign. Immediately, everyone responded to that voice. That's right. The future of Fallout Shelter 027 should be determined by all the residents. He is right. The people from the Fishbone base is not as despicable as she described. She is a liar. Shouting and screaming echoed between the cold steel walls as it unleashed the anger and suspicion in everyone's hearts. When a situation has evolved to this point, a simple explanation will certainly not resolve it. The situation could no longer be controlled. Han Junhua was decisive with her plan. She ordered soldiers to use smoke bombs to forcefully evict the residents in the industrial area. To the people defying her order, Han Junhua used the leader's permission to release Sleeping Mask to the industrial area and thrown all the unconscious people into detention for 10 days. At the same time, she ordered to temporarily limit the freedom of Su Lu as well as the 5 staffs as she tried to hide the internal turmoil inside the fallout shelter deep in the ground. Then, she sent out the security force to investigate the people who spread rumors, at the same time establishing a curfew. Any residents outside of the residential area after the lights were out will be thrown into detention for no less than 5 days. But not long after, the prison was full. 5 hours later after the incident. The information from Camp 27 was sitting on Jiang Chen's desk. Cheng Weiguo was standing there as he looked at Jiang Chen in admiration. Boss, you are too. How did that proverb go? Yes. Think like a god. To the subordinate's praise, Jiang Chen laughed without being humble at all. What thinking like a god? I made people spread the news. Before she left, he orders Su Lu to maintain a good relationship with the residents inside the fallout shelter. She must establish an image opposite of what Han Junhua was portraying. Therefore, the residents inside the fallout shelter will become suspicious of Han Junhua. Immediately, he used the mouth of a soldier at Camp 27 to, unintentionally, leak the information of the negotiation. Once a third person knew about the secret, it was no longer a secret. Very quickly, the news spread from the surface to under the earth and spread like a virus inside the fallout shelter. At the same time, with rumors being exchanged, many different versions took form. The most widespread one, the leader of the fallout shelter, Han Junhua, used the permission granted by the fallout shelter terminal to take all the residents' life as the hostage to force the peace-loving Jiang Chen to stay away from the fallout shelter. Or, she will execute the residents by batches until only herself is left in order to force the kind Jiang Chen to give up ground. Han Junhua, of course, clarified this and used the announcement system to notify all residents in the fallout shelter. But once trust has collapsed, it would be hard to establish. To Han Junhua's clarification, with Wu Yagua leading as the ex-resident's representative, he demanded Han Junhua display the terminal use history but was rejected. Because she did something similar to the rumors, it would be impossible to clarify her actions. Therefore, Fallout Shelter 027 was a complete mess. But what Jiang Chen didn't expect was for this moment to come so rapidly. It only took 10 days before the relationship between Han Junhua and the residents got to the freezing point. How deep was this grudge? Boss, do we need to send troops now to support the resident assembly, help them uprise against Han Junhua, and then use this opportunity? Cheng Weiguo passionately suggested. Jiang Chen smiled as he signaled not to rush things. No need to rush. It is because we have left that they dare to be in the process of transitioning. If we return, they would no longer be a mess. But those residents without any weapons, would they have the ability to overthrow Han Junhua's regime? Cheng Weiguo was puzzled. The Fallout Shelter leader possessed all permission to the Fallout Shelter, including the ability to release sleeping gas, control sentry guns, control any of the doors, and most importantly the rights to control the security force. Cheng Weiguo, who had stayed in a Fallout Shelter before, knew this point clearly. In this case, without external help, the residents stood no chance at all. Old Cheng, how many years did Fallout Shelter 027 exist for? Jiang Chen smiled. 20 years, Cheng Weiguo answered without hesitation. Yes, 20 years. So the people that were 20 at the time would be 40 now, right? Cheng Weiguo looked at Jiang Chen, unsure of what he was alluding to. Jiang Chen continued in a light-hearted voice. The security force inside the Fallout Shelter, it is no longer the security force formed by pack soldiers. At least, the new recruit would make up more than half, right? What's the problem with that? Would the new recruits point their guns at their parents for Han Junhua? Jiang Chen grinned. When Jiang Chen came out of the community center, the sun had already set. The past few days, he has spent the day in the community center and with the help from Wang Qin, became familiarized with the specifics of the base. Following the expansion of the base, the weaknesses in the existing foundation of the base were starting to show. In the beginning, the major infrastructures of the Fishbone base were 2 warehouses. Thus, a warehouse manager was more than enough to control the supplies of the base. The cafeteria was looked over by Zhou Jieshi, and a big pot of porridge along with some leaves was enough to feed everyone. The base's 30 survivors' primary duties were building things. Lu Huasheng was responsible for the construction of the base and also took on the responsibility of managing the survivors. The simple management system was effective in the small-scale base, but once the population increased, flaws were exposed. Although Jiang Chen certainly made some changes, such as the pyramid-shaped citizen structure and the establishment of a standalone logistics department to manage the supplies of the base, following the 2 population explosions, Xinxiang Town Colony and Qingpu survivors, the existing organizational structure was chaotic and unsustainable. The base had encountered a lot of things. Either no one knew who should be responsible for it, or there were not enough people to take care of it. During these times, Jiang Chen also happened not to be around, and so Sun Jiao made most of the decisions. As the Duchess of the Leader and formal well-known lone traveler, her ability and reputation could certainly handle the small problems. But once the base grew bigger, the casual decision-making process would obviously not work. Therefore, 2 imperative tasks were placed in front of Jiang Chen. Establish law or change the structure. Law is the basis of rules. The reason why the Fishbone base had no security problems as of now was mostly because of Jiang Chen's personal influence as well as the honorary chip's absolute constraint on the night class. These constraints would weaken with time, and as the population continues to grow, therefore creating laws was imperative. It was also simple to understand a change in structure. It comprised of creating a concise and effective organizational structure that managed all survivors in the fishbone base as well as its jurisdictions. The sooner these tasks were completed, the better it was for the fishbone. Therefore he had been working until sunset every day before returning to the mansion. Just like before, when he returned to the mansion, Yao Yao had already put the steamy dishes on the table. Sun Jiao and Lin Lin also sat around the dinner table, waiting for Jiang Chen before they started to eat. After dinner, Yao Yao excitedly dragged Jiang Chen to her bedroom. The 10 days of hard work finally paid off. The small loli finally cracked the password and copied all the information from the EP memory chip to a graphene chip. Thank you. Jiang Chen took over the chip as he rubbed Yao Yao's head lovingly. Hee hee. She timidly smiled as she buried her head. While enjoying Jiang Chen's compliment, her hands played with her dress. Jiang Chen took the cards. Due to his eagerness of wanting to read the information inside, he was about to leave. However, as he turned around, he felt a weak forced tug at his shirt. Is there something wrong? Jiang Chen looked at Yao Yao, who was holding onto him, and was quite puzzled. Can I demand an unreasonable request? Her cherry-like mouth opened, and her adorable face blushed as if blood was about to drip out. While looking at Yao Yao's shy expression, Jiang Chen already knew what was on her mind. With a smirk on his face, Jiang Chen held the cute face in his hands as he kissed her lips. Woo! Just like a startled rabbit, Yao Yao's body tensed up. She feebly moved a bit before her entire body was paralyzed in a warm hug, and she obediently closed her eyes. As if all her strength followed the sweet liquid and was extracted by her loving big brother. Jiang Chen, who possessed all control, sniffed the fragrance wafting from her hair as he freely conquered her softness and drawn in the savory juice. Lips parted. Jiang Chen drew a transparent silk from the petite tongue. Yao Yao, who escaped from Jiang Chen's hug, feebly gathered her breath. From the lighting of the room, there was a hint of silvery liquid on the tip of her soft lips. Her face revealed her embarrassment. Are you satisfied? Yao Yao's face became redder. Jiang Chen put his ear beside Yao Yao's mouth. I just wanted a hug. After returning to his bedroom, Jiang Chen inserted the graphene memory chip into the full sensory computer and waited to read the encrypted files. The folder was surprisingly empty. It didn't contain a large number of secret files as he had first imagined. An EP ability report, an electronic map, a mission brief, as well as a note. Jiang Chen only scanned the ability report with a medium to high ability rating. After he confirmed that the bearded man was called He-Wen-Hu, he closed the document. Then, Jiang Chen pressed on the full sensory screen and selected the electronic map. Just from the appearance, this map didn't look too different compared to a normal survivor's map. However, after some close examination, he found some odd signs on the map. On the outskirt of the city center, near Songjiang area, there was a red question mark. Question mark? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Normally, survivors would not run to a city center. It was just a nuclear crater there. Not only were the zombies and mutants dangerous, but the radiation level was also shockingly high. If people really ventured there, then there was only one possibility. Something must be there. Because of the limited intel, Jiang Chen couldn't think of a logical explanation, so he turned his attention to the mission brief and note. Cooperate with Lin Chaoan and assist him in entering Fallout Shelter 027. Then take back that Happy Times drug ingredient list. That thing is critical to our business. A lot of fools will want to experience the happy times before the war. Additionally, think twice when you do things. Try to figure out what that guy is up to. You know, it is better for the drug's ingredient list to be in the hands of one person from this point alone, the people from Crimson Chamber of Commerce and Lin Chen seem to have their own agendas. But regardless of their plot, Jiang Chen will not give away Fallout Shelter 027. Jiang Chen closed the mission brief and opened the note. The note seemed to only be jot notes of information. However, within them, he found some useful information. 01. Whenever he drank nutrient supplies he would always hide from us. Is this something that needs to be kept a secret? 02. He still won't say what is actually inside Fallout Shelter 027, 03. This is terrifying. I saw with my own eyes that he used the surgery table to dissect a living human into bones, and then replace it with machine parts. Is that a digitalized human? I feel there is a difference compared to the descriptions from before the war, 04. Sometimes he is extremely abnormal. Of course, instincts are telling me what he is trying to do has no conflict with our business. But just in case, I still track the coordinates of his signal, 05. He seems to look down on me. Not only me, regardless, it is hard to feel positive towards him with the contempt in his eyes, 06. I have a feeling. I am being serious, he gives me a weird feeling. Sometime I would constantly think about the problem, this guy, is he really human? When he saw the last line, Jiang Chen's face looked rather odd. The bearded man had certainly guessed right, Lin Chen was not a human at all, but a machine. Different from the digitalized human, Lin, he had no traces of cells in his body. Jiang Chen confirmed multiple times. Even the meat on the mechanical skeleton was made by silica gels replicating the feeling of skin. Jiang Chen opened that map again to confirm the red question mark located on the outskirt of the city center. Is there something here? After deliberating for a moment, Jiang Chen also marked the location on his EP. After putting away the full sensory computer, he immediately left the mansion. Returning to his office in the community center, Jiang Chen called Cheng Weiguo who just finished eating. Not long after, Cheng Weiguo appeared in front of Jiang Chen's office desk. Is there something wrong? Jiang Chen turned on his EP map and showed Cheng Weiguo the marked area. I want to send people to explore this area, do you have any good recommendations? The city center. Cheng Weiguo stared at the location as he rubbed his chin with his eyebrows raised. That place is not Qingpu, the mutants and zombies are more dangerous there. Oh, is it okay if we just get an aerial view? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded before he came to a sudden realization. Right, the Fishbone base has a helicopter. Although it had been modified to a helicopter gunship, it was still capable of performing a reconnaissance mission. How's pilot training? Chu Nan was acting as his representative at the 6th Street, the mission of operating the helicopter would naturally fall to other people. We have 2 fully trained people who were personally taught by Chu Nan. They just flew the helicopter from the 6th Street a few days ago. Based on his description, while the 2 pilots are still a bit lacking in experience, their knowledge base is there. Cheng Weiguo smiled. Okay, keep an eye on this. Report to me immediately if there are any results. Yes. Cheng Weiguo saluted. But then, the phone on the table began to ring. Cheng Weiguo stopped. Jiang Chen, as if he had been expecting something, had a glimpse of joy on his face. He grabbed the phone and put it by his ear. Hello. General. The elevator stopped. Wang Xiaowu's alerted voice came from the other side. In Jia City, 30 kilometers away. The Dusk along with the mutated humans at the 7th area conducted a coordinated attack on the defenders in Jia City. The mutated humans like ogres walked out of a sci-fi movie walked through the shambles. They were equipped with steel armors, heavy machine guns, as well as the magazines around their waist, displaying a daunting light as they moved steadily towards the defenders' area of control. Behind the troops, a mutated human, as well as a human, stood side by side on a hill piled up by broken concrete pieces as they gazed at the fires not so far away. The mutated human, Troy, was the leader of 7th Area. The man, Bo Yu, was the leader of Dusk. I have never imagined that a mutated human and a human could walk together in unity. Troy cracked a smile on his hideous face towards the human in a fur coat. With his hands behind his back, the blood lion's mane swayed in the winter breeze as the corner of Bo Yu's mouth also carved into a smile. Based on common sense, it is hard to understand. But as long as a small perspective is changed, we can all live together. Just like the smart dog and human. Coincidentally, both sides shared the same thought. The mutated human needed the supplies and firearms provided by Dusk, and Dusk required the fearless warriors of the mutated humans. The victor in the distant battle had already been decided. Although the remaining human survivors used the bunker to fire back at the mutated humans, the Defiance fire was quickly extinguished by the horde of mutated humans. Speaking of which, what is that on your finger? While looking at the bloody red gem on Bo Yu's finger, Troy asked casually. Guess. Bo Yu smiled. It is definitely not diamond. It is similar to a crystal, but I have never seen a red crystal before, Troy said. It is a nuke. Bo Yu used a joking voice to state the not-so-funny reality. Troy cracked a smile as he obviously didn't think what he had said was real. At the same time, an unexpected blast from 10 meters away sent concrete debris into the air. Go die. Traitor. Followed by a thunderous roar, a survivor with blood all over his face leaped out of the shambles. His expression was grim and the wound that stopped bleeding burst again due to his angry outburst. But in his hands was just an outdated assault rifle. Troy just glanced at the person expressionlessly as he put out his hand to guard Bo Yu behind him. But the hand was surprisingly pushed away by Bo Yu. Troy did not have time to be shocked before bullets began to be fired at Bo Yu. The reality soon proved that he had time to be shocked. The dark green veil formed a net beside him. The orange bullets, like mosquitoes, were trapped within the spider web. The expression on the person's face froze. Unable to react, he saw a crystal fly across his vision. The green light suddenly contracted before expanding as it blew into a field of green particles. This is an odd ability. Troy looked at the mist of blood that has splashed everywhere and smiled grimly at Bo Yu. We just walked further along on this path, Bo Yu said nonchalantly as he put his hands back into his pocket. The Klein particle was connected to the warp drive. As a firm escapist, Dusk was further on the path of warp drives. On another note, I remember you initially didn't plan to attack Wanghai City to find Fallout Shelter 005 at Qingpu. Why did you suddenly change your mind and decided to help us solve our trouble in Jia City? Troy asked. Because a problematic force is blocking Qingpu, Bo Yu said. He was naturally referring to Fishbone Base. Troy also knew this. Troy remembered the heavy casualties he suffered in front of Zhufeng Highway as he also was angered. They didn't lose on force, but rather on underestimating the enemy. But he still didn't recognize the essence of the problem. They didn't lose just on underestimating the enemy, but rather on intelligence. If they built the camp more scattered, they would not be in the situation where one bomb would send half of the camp up into the sky. When would we push back? A grim smile appeared on Troy's face. That smile was filled with the desire for revenge. Once you used the survivors of Jia City to create a 2,000 mutated human force. The supplies from the north would also arrive around that time, Bo Yu said emotionlessly. Just like Troy, the name also annoyed him, but he was used to not displaying his emotion on his face. Not only did 200,000 crystals go down the drain, now he had to invest in more supplies to help the mutated humans in Jia City to replenish their population. But what pained him the most was Sun Xiaoro. 10-something years ago, the organization used all of its efforts to obtain a sample from Fallout Shelter 071, and they just lost one. The last few fires died down on the battlefield, just like the life of the defenders. When the battle ended, Bo Yu looked in the direction of Wanghai City. Jiang Chen. Murmuring to himself, he narrowed his eyes. Inside the dark pupils, a dangerous light shone. The riot occurred at night. Although the fallout shelter without sunshine had no concept of night. It was only 5 hours after the security force forcefully removed the residents from the industrial area before the detention room inside the fallout shelter was stuffed full of protesters. No one could bear that while they slept, a sharp sword could fall down anytime and hang above their heads. The ventilation that no one had paid attention to for 20-something years has now become a gun pointed at them. A gun sprouted in people's hearts. Reality had proven that when everyone could not stand the same question, people become more courageous than they imagined. The security force was comprised of less than 100 people and was limited in power. Additionally, most of the soldiers were born in the fallout shelter. They didn't feel the obligation of the pack. Compared to the emotionless and distant Han Junhua, they missed the kind and warm old leader. To the residents that protested, they not only felt compassion, but they were also supportive of their cause. Compassion in breaching the rules would never occur in a pack force, but they were not a force to begin with. The resident assembly was re-established again. Although they didn't receive permission from the fallout shelter terminal, they received support from all the residents. Under the leadership of ex-representative Wu Yagua, in the name of justice, a mission detail was spread among the residents. An hour to overthrow the dictatorship. An hour to renegotiate. When the rumor of the mission started to spread, a few people already started to plot. But to the events occurring among the residents, Han Junhua was not clueless. The external threat was already there. This would be one move to eliminate the internal threat. First, it was to shatter the sword. The power system was temporarily out, which triggered the emergency protocol to use the backup battery. Although the power outage during this transition only lasted for a short 10 minutes, the short 10 minutes was enough for a lot of things to happen. The entire fallout shelter was in sudden darkness. The elevator was stuck underground, which prevented any interaction between the underground and the surface. The mechanical engine of the fallout shelter door was also destroyed by maintenance workers, which eliminated the possibility of Han Junhua closing the door. Due to part of the security force joining the rebellion, all the residents joined forces in the grand hall of the fallout shelter. Therefore, even if the power had returned after 10 minutes, Han Junhua releasing the sleep gas to the entire fallout shelter would be futile. The sword that hung above everyone's head was completed eliminated. Then, there will be discipline. 80% of the security force chose to join the temporary assembly. 20% of the previous pack security force swore to protect. Both parties engaged in intense gunfire along the major hallways as they pushed towards the fallout shelter leader's office. The residents first occupied the armory and opened the detention room. Just like the conquering Bastille, the united residents released the imprisoned warriors. The warriors cheered as they armed themselves with the weapons. 200 residents in gas masks and automatic rifles joined in the battle as the scale tipped towards the fallout residents' side. Tian Feng led the last remaining 10 soldiers in the valiant fight. They were the first group of soldiers that entered the fallout base. 20 years ago they were just young men who recently joined the army, now they were at the age where they should have retired. They had planned for the worst, such as encountering NATO soldiers that would break into the fallout shelter. But what they didn't expect was, during their last call, they had to face the residents they protected. It was a suffocating feeling. Tian Feng fiercely fired back as he tried not to remember the names that belonged to the faces in front of him. But he couldn't. Within the crosshairs, he saw the child from his neighbor. He still remembered the teen had said he wanted to be a botanist when the day the fallout shelter opened. He wanted to look at the grass grow. Wanted to see how resilient the radiation-contaminated grass was. But he had already died, he had fallen in the pool of blood yet to be cool. And him, and even her. Ah! Finally, someone couldn't resist the mental torture. A soldier ran out of cover and frantically fired with his rifle. Damn it! Come back! But Tian Feng didn't manage to stop him as he watched a few blood holes appear on his own comrade's body with his own eyes. He died, but there was no agony on his face. Tian Feng smashed into the wall and ducked into cover. His chest pumped violently up and down while he tried to regather his breath. Damn it! Cough, cough. Spit mixed with blood splashed on the wall. He didn't know who to curse, or who should be cursed. The noise of bullets was all that could be heard. At that moment, everyone was mute. Within the leader's office, through the bulletproof glass, Han Junhua silently watched the battle inches away from her. Too weak. Not even considered a small regional conflict. Pre-war, she had commanded a battalion of mechanical paratroopers to suppress a riot planned by NATO on the Pak border. The gore she had seen, a hell far bloodier than this, she had seen them too many times. But for some reason, she felt her heart ache. Academician Qin stood beside her as he silently gazed out the window. The shaking figure along with the young figure created a vivid contrast. Just like father and daughter. Long after, Han Junhua spoke, "Are you not going to stand on the side of the residents?" Academician Qin shook his head. "I stand by the truth." "Is that so?" Han Junhua looked surprisingly at the elderly man in his final remaining years. Because the truth is always the most difficult to accept, the people searching for the truth is always the most lonely. That's really disappointing. Han Junhua looked out the window emotionlessly. The sparks from the bullets jumped between the cold steel walls, reflected among the angry pupils. The soldiers still loyal to her constantly suffered defeat, they had no more backup. Human nature is the burden of survival, but without this burden, civilization would not be born. Do you want to say, "I am wrong"? Han Junhua was straightforward. You are not wrong, but not correct. Not wrong, but not correct. Han Junhua repeatedly chewed on those words in her mind, even though she knew there wasn't any purpose in thinking about it. After moments of silence, Han Junhua asked, "You know in the beginning that this would be the result, right?" He was always more silent compared to anyone else, but he always knew the situation better. She began to be suspicious. Academician Qin didn't deny it, but his smile was bitter. "Aha, I don't deny it." "Why?" Han Junhua didn't look at him as she still used an emotionless voice to ask. "I thought you had realized a long time ago." Academician Qin sighed. Han Junhua was waiting for the elderly man to continue, but he didn't speak anymore. "Even in the last moment, you can't tell me the reason?" Han Junhua asked. Academician Qin only used silence to answer her. "I have been thinking about a question for a long time. The candidate for the leaders of the fallout shelter, is it based on careful consideration?" "You can think of it that way," Academician Qin said in a quiet voice. "I used the supercomputer at the fallout shelter before to recreate the mathematical model of the population growth curve and the energy consumption speed, but the result I received surprised me. From the start, the energy of the fallout shelter was not enough." "Right?" Academician Qin did not answer. But in a situation like this, silence was admitting by default. Looking at the expression on Han Junhua, he knew that she had already guessed it. Academician Qin let out a sigh as he gently said. "Could you not serve your duty until the final moment?" The voice carried a hint of pleading. "Okay," Han Junhua said emotionlessly. Academician Qin asked in surprise. "Are you not afraid?" Han Junhua shook her head. "It's only death." Outside the window, Tian Feng had already fallen. With one hand against the wall, blood dripped from his arms. He struggled as he raised the pistol to aim with his blood-covered left eye. Perhaps the clip was empty, no bullets came from the dark muzzle. In that instant, a rioter dashed in front of him, he swung the fire axe and chopped off his head. Blood dripped along the axe as the hero enjoyed the crowd's cheers and hugs. He swung the axe dripping with blood up with his strong arm. It was like the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Throwing the bulletproof vest away, Han Junhua silently watched the last scene. She noticed the person with the axe smiling insolently at her. As if it was the smile of the Statue of Liberty. Human nature is the burden of survival, but if it were not for this burden, civilization would not exist. But once civilization is born, it must be accompanied by the gruesome brutality. She seemed to have understood something, but in the attempt to prolong a civilization, an individual's realization would not change anything. At the end of the mission, can I ask you a final question? Han Junhua gazed at him as she said expressionlessly. Academician Qin was silent. I will just assume you have agreed by default, Han Junhua continued. She walked to the window as she put her hand gently on the bulletproof window. The axe smashed onto the window where she had placed her finger in an aggressive act. She felt the light tremble from the tip of her finger as she slowly said. Is the window specification of this room built to the lab standard? Yes. Although it was only a single word, it made Han Junhua's cold heart feel a trace of comfort. The rioters outside the window saw that they could not open the office door, so they brought the welding gun. From the crowd, she saw Wu Yagua's face and the bruise on his face. If you release the explosive gas, you have a chance at killing the people outside the door, Academician Qin abruptly said. Is this part of the experiment? Han Junhua asked. He didn't speak anymore as he gave the final choice to her. Like a pale experimental report was placed in front of her. Hypothesis, the rationale dictator in the final moment before she is overthrown. Would she choose the lunatic choice to die with everyone? Han Junhua closed her eyes as she carefully considered for a moment. I will not do that. Experimental result, false. Aha, Academician Qin nodded as a smile with a trace of comfort appeared on his face. At the end of the smile, the door collapsed. The rioters broke into the room. The gun barrel smashed onto Han Junhua's face as the single blow was enough to knock her unconscious. Then someone kicked her in the stomach and made her drop to the ground. Han Junhua didn't feel surprised, she didn't even feel frightened because she knew, the pain she was about to receive would far surmount these. Then, the hero ran up. He raised the axe, with a grim smile, and was about to cut off her limbs. But then, Wu Yagua walked up and stopped the reckless hero. Wait, everyone. Calm down and listen to me. When they heard Wu Yagua shout, everyone stopped what they were doing. Han Junhua was on the ground with her face covered in bruises and blood. Just in 1 minute, she was almost beaten to death by the angry rioters. She silently looked at Wu Yagua as she knew he was not there to defend her. If that was the case, he should have come in first. We are victorious, we are finally victorious. Wu Yagua raised his arms as he used a passionate voice to shout. The celebration began to echo in the fallout shelter, people watched him as if he was the reason why they were victorious. We used our hands to overthrow the despicable dictator's reign. We will use our hands to create a brighter future. Yes, we will. He desperately searched for the best phrases in his head as he tried to paint a bright future for the people. People watched him as if they were worshipping God. The hero also dropped his axe as he looked at him religiously. But before we can paint the picture, we need to put this criminal on trial. Wu Yagua looked at her. Everyone looked at her. Kill her. With fire. No, her body should be hung. Wu Yagua silently listened to the voices by his ears as he looked at Han Junhua. He wanted to read fear from her eyes. But he was disappointed, he only saw calmness. The glimpse of anger quickly hid the mask of mercy. Quiet everyone. Everyone calm down for a moment. He raised his hand as he signaled the crowd to quiet down. He pointed his finger at Han Junhua on the ground as he said in a loud voice. I hate her. I want to kill with the cruelest way possible to express the anger in my heart. The bruise on his face made the words that much more convincing. The hero, on the side, ripped off a piece of his broken shirt as he tied it on his bloody left arm. He then weighed the axe in his hand and smiled grimly at Han Junhua. He was only waiting for an order. An order to chop her head off. But Han Junhua didn't look at him from the beginning, she was just waiting quietly for something. But I choose to forgive her. People looked at him in confusion. We are the just, we are using the name of justice to uprise. We will punish her for her crime, but everything must be done through law, and not our emotions. I forgive her, but the law will punish her for her crime. Listening to Wu Yagua's charismatic speech, Han Junhua smiled. Although her smile was undetectable under all the blood. The ability she couldn't master, manipulating people. Without the need for technology, all can be done with a mouth. The bruise became a symbol of his, demonstrating his kindness and forgiveness. People trust that under his leadership, Fallout Shelter 027 would become a brighter tomorrow and put him on the throne. As to Han Junhua, her permission was taken away. A few rioters with weapons walked off and forcefully dragged her up. Using her EP, they deactivated the order she had set and granted the permission of leader to Wu Yagua. And Wu Yagua put the handcuff on her and pushed the wounded her out the door. People stared at her in anger, people spat at her, and people attempted to throw garbage on her face. But the merciful new leader stopped all of this. She will be punished, but before that, we must make her live to the day when she will be punished. On the side, Academician Qin silently watched everything. No one troubled the respected elder as they courteously asked him to go back to his home. But before that, they demanded he sends his congratulatory words to the new regime. He did, and the people supervising him left. Just like the wheels of history, inside the dark underground shelter, a familiar scene repeated itself. Within the integration room, Han Junhua sat on the cold bench and stared at the ceiling blankly. Half a day has passed since the coup. No one interrogated her, no one treated her wounds, and no one fed her. But that was fine. Humans can survive for a few days without eating. As long as she still has a breath left, they were already being kind to her. Not to mention they were letting her spend the last remaining hours of her life in peace. But then the door opened. Han Junhua lifted her weary eyelids and she murmured in her mind, "Finally here." But she was disappointed, it was someone she was familiar with. Feng Hui, the chief engineer of Fallout Shelter Technology, responsible for the power infrastructure of the Fallout Shelter. Feng Hui was afraid to look Han Junhua in the eyes, and so he lowered his head. "It was me. I removed the energy rod by 1 centimeter. Half of the success of this coup was attributable to him." "Aha. Sorry. Why do you need to apologize to me?" Han Junhua asked calmly. "I just feel, how should I say it, we should have a different leader. Maybe everyone's life will be good." Feng Hui scratched his head as he tried to coordinate the scattered words in his head. "Just a feeling." Han Junhua ignored him as she continued to blank out. Feng Hui took out a nutrient supply from his pocket and started to gulp it down before he hesitantly looked behind him. He then walked in front of Han Junhua, frightened. "Can you drink this? Is the trial over?" Han Junhua asked. "No. This is not worth it." Han Junhua didn't take his nutrient supply and closed her eyes. At the moment of victory to feel sympathetic to the dictator on trial. If it was not for the speech that Wu Yagua had prepared beforehand, the anger of the residents may be passed on to him. But Feng Hui had a pleading expression. "I beg you, please drink this. At least, this will make me feel better." He may be sympathetic towards people's uprising, but when he saw how miserable Han Junhua was being beaten by the crowd that had lost its rationality, his heart felt the torture of guilt. "I can't." Just as Feng Hui wanted to try again to convince her, footsteps suddenly came from outside of the door. As he hurriedly put away the nutrient supply in his hand, 2 people walked into the dark detention room. It was the new leader Wu Yagua, and the ambassador Su Lu. "Feng Hui. What are you doing here? Wu Yagua looked at Feng Hui beside Han Junhua as he slightly frowned. Su Lu looked at Han Junhua with a smile on her face. She said, pleased. Not bad, she is still alive. Of course, we follow the law, and are not as reckless as this woman, Wu Yagua said proudly. Is that so? That's perfect then. Su Lu smiled. Wu Yagua was happy, and Feng Hui also felt relieved. It was indeed a friendly signal. At least the fishbone base maintained a supportive attitude to the new regime they had been established. This would make the negotiation more favorable for them. At least it yielded a positive result. This slightly comforted Feng Hui. Only Han Junhua was indifferent. The instant she saw the woman, she knew everything was over. Su Lu walked in front of Han Junhua. Then using 2 fingers to hold up her chin, she gently turned her head to face her. Han Junhua didn't resist, but her eyes were peaceful. Jiang Chen wants to see you. When he heard Su Lu's words, Wu Yagua had to warn her. But, she is waiting to be put on trial. This is the pretense to maintain our friendship. Su Lu straightened her body and looked at Wu Yagua. She threatened my leader before and used his mercy as the excuse for her dictatorship. She should be punished. When Wu Yagua heard it was the pretense of their friendship, he was immediately conflicted. After half a minute of silence. Will you punish her? Of course. Su Lu smiled. Wu Yagua glanced at Feng Hui. Leave. Feng Hui felt relieved. Although he still felt guilty, he was happy he managed to dodge the bullet. He immediately escaped the place in quick steps. Wu Yagua's action was no different than when Feng Hui came in. He turned around to scan the door of the detention room. After ensuring that no one was listening, he lowered his voice to speak to Su Lu. It will be hard to explain to the residents. You will earn an additional 30 energy rods for your residence in the upcoming negotiation. I believe that these energy rods will be enough for you to live prosperously for the next year. You know, our leader hates her. If he has the opportunity to personally punish her, we don't care about this small price. Su Lu smiled at Wu Yagua as she painted a bright future for him. When he heard her words, Wu Yagua's eyes shone with an obvious ecstasy, but he quickly calmed down. Ahem. If it was 40, I believe the residents will understand Mr. Jiang Chen's anger and they will make the necessary exception to the law. Since, it is shameful to deceive 35 rods. This is the furthest we will go. Su Lu had a trace of frustration in her eyes. Of course, it was necessary to haggle. If they were too casual, it might cause him to be suspicious. 35 energy rods per month. It was more than 3 times what Han Junhua has earned, and it was more than enough to demonstrate his wisdom. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Yagua nodded in pain. Just like selling pork with a price on the shelf, what will be the final fate of the wise queen? Han Junhua quietly watched the two discuss. She was still expressionless. Before he left, Wu Yagua looked at her for the final time with mockery. The eyes seemed to say, "Unfortunately, I can't enjoy the pain on your face." But Han Junhua's expression was indifferent. "You don't seem to be scared." Su Lu smiled. "When will we head out?" Han Junhua asked calmly. Su Lu paused for a moment before the saint smile returned to her face. Now would be good. Then, she turned around and headed for the door. It was only an hour drive between the Fishbone Base and Camp 27. However, because it was already the end of February, the snow on the ground was beginning to melt. Because of this, the zombies and mutants on the street began to feel unsettled. They encountered 2 Roshans on the streets, which slowed the fleet down momentarily. Jiang Chen spent double the time to arrive at the camp. Standing on the outskirt of the concrete wall and looking up, Jiang Chen was impressed. Within less than 15 days of construction, the camp had been developed to this point. When they saw it was Fishbone Base's fleet, the soldiers on the wall immediately opened the door and allowed the vehicles to pass. When they were inside the camp, Jiang Chen jumped out of the car as Su Lu had been waiting for him. We had some delays along the way. You didn't wait for too long, did you? Jiang Chen stood in front of her as he smiled. Not at all, it is my pleasure to wait for you. Su Lu shook her head as she naughtily nodded. Don't be so uptight, briefly explain to me the situation. Let's walk as we talk. Okay, boss. The two of them walked to the center of the camp. Along the way, Su Lu began to tell him the sudden changes underground. From the initial protest to controlling the embassy to the uprising. How did boss know that the residents of the fallout shelter would become a mess on their own? As she walked beside Jiang Chen, Su Lu smiled joyfully at him, her eyes were filled with traces of worship. It was an enjoyable thing to be worshipped by such a beauty. Especially since Jiang Chen knew that with how clever Su Lu was, she already knew the answer. Instinct. When she heard Jiang Chen's brief response, Su Lu paused for a moment before her mouth carved up. You are very comical. In the middle of the camp, there was only a 2-meter-high concrete building. It was the command post for the Fishbone Base at Camp 27. When they saw Jiang Chen walk inside, the two soldiers on patrol immediately saluted and opened the door for him. Just as the door opened, a wave of heat brushed across his face. It is quite warm inside, there is no need to wear so many layers. Su Lu smiled as she took off her winter suit. Jiang Chen hung his winter suit on the wall as he scanned the window while speaking in shock. This is. The distributed but gentle temperature didn't feel like it was a furnace, but rather the controllable heated walled in the mansion. But what was off was that along the supplies transported from the base, it didn't include heating devices. Even in the Fishbone Base, only Jiang Chen's mansion was installed with this luxury device, the normal survivors only used an electric furnace. An electromagnetic nitrogen heating device. The residents of the fallout shelter gave it to us to express their gratitude for providing them with safety. Su Lu walked beside a round metal ball as she began to explain to Jiang Chen the nitrogen composition of the base was approximate 78%. The device can use the special electromagnetic interaction to heat the nitrogen in order to achieve the uniformed heating results. Jiang Chen looked at the round heating device as he walked up to touch it. It was hard to believe that the device used to heat the entire building was only warm. What about electricity consumption? Jiang Chen asked. Only 2/3 of the traditional electric furnace. Looks like there are a lot of good things inside the fallout shelter. Jiang Chen nodded pleasingly. Although winter was about to end, it would be nice to equip the Fishbone Base with a set. It would immediately belong to you, right? Su Lu naughtily blinked her eyes. It always belonged to me. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carved up. Looking at the confident, frivolous smile on Jiang Chen's face, Su Lu grinned, covering her mouth. Jiang Chen shifted his frivolous expression as his face became serious. He cleared his throat and said, let's talk about the matter at hand. Wu Yagua has already proposed to renegotiate with us, right? Yes. Following your instructions, I painted a bright future for them. Su Lu nodded. Did the embassy staff retreat? Under the disguise of transporting Han Junhua, they all returned to the surface. Hearing that Han Junhua had already returned to the surface, Jiang Chen had a dubious smile on his face. Good, they lost all the stakes on the table. Make them surrender. Roger. With a charming smile on her face, Su Lu bowed and departed with her mission. Happiness and joy filled every corner of the fallout shelter. People celebrated their victory, intoxicated in formulated alcohol, feasting on molecular delicacies as if they were in the middle of a festival. The bloodstains on the walls had been removed by cleaners, the bullet's mark was filled in by dissolvers. On the table of the leader's office, the conference table was filled with all kinds of molecular food. It became the celebratory table of the resident assembly. To celebrate our victory, cheers. Wu Yagua stood up as he proposed a toast to all the assembly members. Then he began to drink the alcohol in his hand. The technology in the fallout shelter was highly advanced. With such an ample amount of supplies, they could almost live in the happy times no different from before the war. Just make the ugly and disgusting scavengers on the surface pick up their garbage for them. Then, at the right opportunity, spare the scavengers some of the technology they dreamed of, and enjoy the worship expression on their faces. Finally, they will enjoy the energy rods in their hands. 35 energy rods a month, it was more than enough for them to live in festivity every day. Ha! Cheers! For freedom! For victory! Between glasses, the feeling of intoxication began to spread on everyone's faces, as if it was a dream that they would never be wakened up from. Speaking of this, where did that *tch go? In this happy moment, how can we miss her? A drunk representative said. Dissolving the resident assembly, they made the politician who usually doesn't work go mop the floors as no one sitting there had a positive opinion about her. Gulp dash, before we punish her, why don't we do something fun with her? Someone suggested in drunkenness. That's right, for example. Make that old virgin strip dance for us, I am really curious to see the ashamed expression on that *H's face that had been ruling us for 3 years. Wu Yagua listened to the derogatory words of the representative out of drunkenness as his expression was rather embarrassed. It was not because he was embarrassed by those people's thoughts, he didn't mind torturing that woman to make this more entertaining, but Han Junhua had already been brought to the surface by Su Lu. Ahem, friends, that *H have already been brought to the surface, as a gift for peace. Wu Yagua coughed as he decided it was better to explain this sooner rather than later. The voice began to die down as pairs of intoxicated pupils looked over. A cold sweat rolled across his forehead as Wu Yagua instantly sobered up. His head spun at rapid speed to formulate a not-so-disappointing excuse. You know, because she threatened our partner, that man called Jiang Chen wanted to personally punish her. Think about it, the once ruthless queen perhaps is under a bunch of angry hobos. I think, for that *H, that is the best punishment. The representatives thought about it as they all agreed. That makes sense. There is no more humiliating punishment than that, those lucky scavengers. Shi Yongtian sitting in the corner burped while he snapped his finger. That's right, burp dash, why don't we guess how that *H is being tortured? Ha ha ha. What's going on? Why so rushed? Sir, surface. The man couldn't form a sentence while stuttering. Surface? Wu Yagua raised his eyebrows as he confirmed. The man gritted his teeth and scanned all the representatives around the table. Then, he got closer to Wu Yagua's ear and whispered. The wine glass in his hand splattered onto the ground. Just like the morning bell that has awakened the dream, the vibrant red alcohol flowed on the floor. Wu Yagua widened his eyes as his pupils shook in fear. How is that possible? When Wang Xiaowu, who was responsible for the camp, knew Jiang Chen would be staying for a few days, he personally cleaned out a comfortable office and bedroom for him. He also told Jiang Chen to let him know if he had any concerns. But Jiang Chen didn't bother the camp staff nor did he interrupt the normal operation of the camp. When he was bored, he sat in front of the table and began writing. Your message has been sent to the underground. Su Lu walked into the command office as she smiled looking at Jiang Chen writing at the table. Jiang Chen dropped the pen in his hand as he stretched and stood up from his chair. Wu Yagua's response. They rejected it and expressed their shock to our decision. Jiang Chen didn't look surprised at all. That's expected, what's their answer? It was expected. Whether it was their rejection, or shock. They locked the elevator and closed the door of the fallout shelter. They want you to examine the friendship between the two parties calmly. Su Lu smiled. Hearing that, Jiang Chen burst out laughing and shook his head. too naive. Boss, what if they follow Han Junhua's strategy? Su Lu asked in a quiet voice. Lock the door. Huh, that's impossible. Looking at the confident expression on Jiang Chen's face, Su Lu was slightly puzzled. With her intelligence, she could think through the strategy to make the residents of the fallout shelter start a coup, but she was unsure why Jiang Chen was so confident with them not locking the door. A hint of confusion naturally didn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes, but he only smiled and didn't explain. Speaking of this, what's the maximum capacity of the elevator? Based on its design, 20 tons, Su Lu was more confused as she answered. She did not understand why Jiang Chen asked such a question. 20 tons. Okay. From today on, every noon, send people to dump 2 tons of sand down to the ground. Su Lu thought for a moment before a sudden realization smile appeared on her face. As you wish, boss. Any other things you need? Jiang Chen scanned the regulation still yet to be completed on the table as he felt slightly wary. He then thought for a moment before responding. Aha! Where is Han Junhua? In the basement of the camp. A dubious smile spread on the surface his face. I am tired now, take me to see her. Han Junhua's current condition would disappoint the representatives and Wu Yagua. After Su Lu had taken her to the surface, the torture and humiliation she imagined didn't come. In fact, she didn't receive any inhumane treatment. Or rather, the fishbone base was treating her too nicely. She was surprised, but when she asked Su Lu, she only received a mysterious smile. The medical professional treated the wounds and bruises on her face and connected her broken ribs. With their current medical condition, it was easy to treat these types of injuries. However, what surprised her was that the survivors on the wasteland possessed such technology. Immediately, she was taken to the basement. The bed was soft, and there were a table and chair. Although thick chains hung on the wall, no one cuffed her. Once it was time for food, a young female soldier would bring in steamy dishes for her. If she wanted to go to the bathroom, the same female soldier would put her in handcuffs, point at her with a taser, and send her to the washroom. This confused her. Did he only want to lock her up? Just like this, 2 days passed. The metal door to the basement opened, a male and a female walked in. When she saw Jiang Chen's half-smiling face, Han Junhua was surprisingly calm. Just like the day she stood in front of the Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon and faced Jiang Chen with a pistol to her head while she counted with her emotionless voice. Jiang Chen pulled up a chair in front of the former fallout shelter leader. Su Lu stood beside him and smilingly looked Han Junhua in the eyes without saying a word. What are your thoughts? Jiang Chen looked at the calm Han Junhua as he said with a grin. Her luscious black hair dropped to her shoulder, under the 2 delicate eyebrows were a pair of peaceful eyes. The bruises could still be seen, but after treatment will disappear in no time. Her uniform was changed into regular fallout shelter clothes. The tight-fitting clothes drew out her lithe figure. He heard that she was beaten in the fallout shelter, but she looked all right now. Are you here to mock me? Of course not. But you don't seem to be afraid. You have nothing to threaten me with now. Jiang Chen laughed. Han Junhua didn't say a word as she just quietly looked at him, just like during their initial meeting. Seeing that she didn't speak, Jiang Chen continued, how does it feel to be betrayed by the citizens you protected? Despair? Hatred? Disbelief? Unfortunately, none. Han Junhua shook her head, what is your plan for me? None. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. What do you think my plan is with you? Vein injection. What is that? A humane way of dying. Of course, if you find it troublesome, a bullet is enough too. No, I think you are mistaken. It would be a waste of God's scent if I execute you. Jiang Chen laughed. Although she had flaws in her personality which made her unfit for a management role, after some tweaking, she would be great for a role in the military. Till the current stage, the Fishbone base didn't lack talent in any other areas except for commander talent. When they fought, it was just raindrop-like bombs, then an infantry charge. This type of battle strategy would be enough for small-scale battles, but followed by the growth of the Fishbone base, he couldn't expect his enemies to continue to be weak. From their initial countering, Jiang Chen had plans to recruit her. The colonel of Pack, although he didn't know why she became the leader of the fallout shelter, to be able to control a divisional level of battle was nothing to scorn about. My loyalty only belongs to the Pack. This girl was clearly not cooperative, as she said emotionlessly. But that doesn't exist anymore. Do you really think so? Han Junhua asked. Jiang Chen paused for a moment as he thought she has yet to learn the reality of the surface. Therefore, he contemplated before speaking. Pak. Go find them light years away. You have two choices in front of you, join me, or dash. Jiang Chen took out a pistol from his pack. With a clang sound he loaded the gun. Before smashing the pistol on the table in front of Han Junhua, he provocatively looked her in the eyes. Su Lu worriedly looked at the pistol on the table, and then at the expressionless Han Junhua. She gently dragged Jiang Chen's arm. Boss, she was worried that Han Junhua would do something that endangers Jiang Chen. Don't worry, go for now. Jiang Chen waved his hand as he signaled to her not to worry. Although she was worried, Jiang Chen's order for every night was absolute. Su Lu gave a look of warning to Han Junhua before she closed the door behind her. Han Junhua glanced at the gun on the table and looked at Jiang Chen questioningly. But Jiang Chen only responded with 3 concise words. Live, or die. Han Junhua was silent, and then she picked up the gun. Jiang Chen calmly looked at her. Then, she pointed the pistol at her temple, just like when they first met that morning. You. Why bother? Jiang Chen used a helpless voice. My mission has already been completed. To die as a soldier is my glory. Is every Pack official so stubborn? It's hard to understand. Jiang Chen looked at her as if she was a monster. You didn't belong to that era, you wouldn't understand. As she said this, she pressed the trigger. Jiang Chen shook his head and closed his eyes. The sound of the striker being hammered diffused into his ear. Ding! The sound of the striker echoed through the room, but the sound of the exploding didn't. There were no bullets in the clip. Han Junhua's eyebrows jumped. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes as she put the pistol on the table. Are you teasing me? Not at all. Jiang Chen let out a sigh and put away the pistol on the table. He had many hypotheses. She could grab the pistol and attempt to threaten him by forcing him to go inside the fallout shelter and save the people that abandoned her. If she really did that, it would mean that she still pedantically cared about those people's lives. Therefore, it would be easy to force her to conform, as Jiang Chen would just use their lives to threaten her. If she couldn't pull the trigger, that meant that she didn't want to die in such a meaningless fashion. Therefore, a slavery chip was enough to control her. But Jiang Chen didn't think that she would make what Jiang Chen saw as the worst decision. To the people unafraid of death and without attachment, he couldn't think of a way to control her. Slavery chip. It was just a more elegant and more straightforward way of threatening people compared to gun against the head. Although it could monitor heart rate levels and hormone activity, it could not control people's thoughts. I sincerely hope you can join me in my cause. Jiang Chen used his last-ditch effort. Cause? You call this a cause? Han Junhua's mouth carved up into what looked like a contemptuous curvature. It was the first expression she gave Jiang Chen on her expressionless face. I am a Pack soldier, I hope I can still be one when I die. A trace of enragement flashed across Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen deeply inhaled as he tried to calm his mood. Looks like negotiation has failed. He dubiously smiled and stood up. Han Junhua used an obviously look to respond to him. Great. Jiang Chen only left that one word before leaving. Gone. Han Junhua watched Jiang Chen leave as she felt relieved. But to her surprise, the door opened again. It was Su Lu who walked in. The woman with a smile so pure that it made her extremely comfortable. I don't understand, why do you have to reject our leader? Su Lu looked at her with a smile. Are you willing to die for him? Han Junhua asked emotionlessly. Of course. An unhealthy red flush appeared on Su Lu's face before it faded away. Then her face returned to the same smiling expression. Then you should understand me. The ideology of Pac is my life. When ideology becomes spiritual, it is not fundamentally different from a religion. The only difference is, religion is God while ideology is philosophy. Su Lu neglected her description as she responded, you are a lucky woman. Is that so? Of course, because leader said, he will personally train you, until you conform. Han Junhua thought she heard wrong. Is that considered lucky? She could only say that there are all kinds of people in this world. Han Junhua muttered to herself in her mind. Su Lu's smile began to turn cold as she overlooked Han Junhua in her white dress and used a cold voice. Until you wake up and realize your place, your 3 meals a day will become 2 meals of nutrient supply. That's fine. Han Junhua's response was only 2 short words. Su Lu looked dubiously at her, the eyes seemed to say, I will see how long you can last. A few female soldiers walked inside and took away the bed and all the other furniture. Enjoy your time in the darkroom. After leaving those words, Su Lu left the room. It was lucrative to hope that everything would go according to plan. Han Junhua lasted until the end without conforming. But the more she acted this way, the more Jiang Chen became interested. One sentence to describe the situation, she needed more lessons. Coincidentally, he had plenty of time to give lessons. Jiang Chen temporarily left Han Junhua's task aside as the development of Fallout Shelter 027 was rather smooth. Based on Jiang Chen's order, every noon at 12, the Fishbone Base would drive an excavation truck and slowly pour around 2 tons of sand down to the horizontal elevator tunnel. The sand was poured slowly, but falling from 1,000-meter height, the sound of sand smashing against the elevator was still deafening. The half an hour of deafening sound was like a curse that twirled around every resident of the Fallout Shelter as it tortured their mental defense. Right now, the Fallout Shelter no longer held a celebratory atmosphere. Fear, suspicion, and confusion hung on every resident's face. The ground piled with garbage, the empty space in the industrial area was filled with the smell of vomit-inducing alcohol. People gathered there while they waited for Wu Yagua's explanation. What's going on? Wu Yagua, you said you have negotiated with them already. A resident who stood in the front angrily pointed at his nose. 3 days ago, he had just put him on the throne. You can't blame me for this, it's those primal people that don't have any credibility. In the midst of the crowd's skepticism, Wu Yagua explained with cold sweat rolling down his face. He saw from those people's eyes, the color he had seen before. This made him fearful. He didn't want to become the second Han Junhua. Stay calm, friends. If we are listless, that will make their plan come true. Wu Yagua gulped as he desperately tried to calm the mood of the crowd. Calm? How are we supposed to remain calm? Let them bury us alive. Someone screamed. They wouldn't do that, they still need our technology. Including the unfinished Tiger II blueprint, they still need us, they are only pretending, a representative tried to suggest. The elevator's maximum capacity is only 20 tons, after this limit, we can never go back up. They are pouring sand, if we move the sand, the elevator would still be usable, what's the purpose? Go up and surrender? Damn it, these primal people without credibility. Wu Yagua gulped as sweat continuously rolled down his forehead. He wanted to say something. But at this time, Feng Hui walked up on the stairs as he started talking without permission. Everyone. I don't know if I should be the one saying this, but, with the current consumption speed, the fallout shelter's energy can only last for 5 more days. 5 days. Compared to the sand, they had more critical things to worry about. Once the energy is consumed, this would become a city of death in 10 minutes. Wu Yagua furiously stared at Feng Hui, the latter shrunk his neck, but had no regret at all. Feng Hui thought if he brought this question up now, if they could do something, the fallout shelter could still be saved. Although his feelings have never been right before. The energy shortage was like a spell that lingered in every resident's mind. The celebration in the past few days had spent the already short energy to almost nothing. If it was Han Junhua, someone started the sentence but then realized his words as he immediately closed his mouth before finishing. When everyone hated on one person, it was dangerous to defend that person. But he obviously didn't know because his perspective surprisingly did not get rebuked. Yes, if it was her, maybe, pay attention to my dictation, I'm just saying maybe, we went over the line. It is funny to say, but the collective is always forgetful. Until now, they finally remembered everything that person did for them. When they carefully thought about it, all of her actions were for them. As a dictator, she didn't use her power for personal gains. The criticism began to shift to compassion for Han Junhua. As Wu Yagua heard the chatter, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he continued to hesitate, he would become the criminal of the entire fallout shelter. How would the crowd generate confidence? How would he freely escape his responsibility? He did an expected, but foolish action. Everyone. Listen to me, listen to me. Now, we are facing the most critical challenge that Fallout Shelter 027 has ever faced since its inception. With his shouting, people stopped discussing again, they looked at him while waiting for the next step. I admit, my vision is short-sighted, my knowledge is limited, and I express my deepest apology to my lack of ability. Wu Yagua lowered his head as he gave the most profound bow to the residents. Chatting began to sprout, but Wu Yagua didn't bother with it. He raised his head, lifted up his arms and shouted. But I believe, the crowd's intelligence is glorious, the vision is with foresight. As he faced the pairs of skeptical eyes, Wu Yagua opened his EP and entered a few lines of code. Everyone's EP shook, people shockingly looked at the message on the EP now. I grant the power of the Fallout Shelter leader to all the residents. Everyone, technology allowed for absolute democracy to exist. Anyone could start a proposal, anyone could cast their sacred vote to any proposals, the absolute, just terminal will recognize everything. History will remember this moment, we just created history. Thank you for the continuous support, thank you. After he finished, Wu Yagua fled from the stairs. The decision-making power was distributed to everyone's hands. The Fallout Shelter no longer needed a leader, everyone was a leader. The instant he had escaped down the stairs, he used the corner of his eyes to see that the skepticism among the pupils was replaced with the excitement of power. Shortly after, the first proposal was introduced regarding if a power cut was necessary. Academician Qin stood in the corner of the empty ground and let out a sigh. The same sigh was heard a few days ago. But unfortunately, no one listened. At the same time, the last wave of Klein particles was sent light years away as it carried an experiment report stained with blood. As of now, the purpose of Fallout Shelter 027 was fulfilled. Jiang Chen didn't know what kinds of interesting proposals the Fallout Shelter residents, immersed in their fantasies, had proposed. However, he knew what the last proposal was. On the 5th day, the Fallout Shelter door opened. They chose to surrender with all votes supporting the notion. After the proposal had passed, everyone felt relieved. Because a lot of people among them had not eaten for the last 24 hours. The elevator locked underground began operating again as it moved the sand and a trembling Fallout Shelter resident onto the surface. Under the guidance of the fishbone base soldier, he saw Jiang Chen and expressed anxiously the will to surrender. Jiang Chen gladly accepted their surrender, and the man felt relieved. The man was Wu Yagua. Under the supervision of 100 fishbone-based soldier, the 1,500 residents underground initiated a new proposal to pass the leader permission to Jiang Chen. At gunpoint, just like the day they forced Han Junhua to surrender her leader permission, everyone voted in agree under humiliation. Unanimously passed, Jiang Chen was the new leader of the fallout shelter. Therefore, the door of the fallout shelter was non-existent to the fishbone base. The permission to open the door or not was now controlled by Jiang Chen. Immediately, the 1,500 residents were forcefully moved to the surface as they were packed into the crowded temporary shelter, waiting for Jiang Chen's order. The residents were like shaken hamsters. Even when they faced Han Junhua, they stood up valiantly. But in the face of the ruthless Jiang Chen with military power, they had no courage to resist at all. Human nature was a delicate phenomenon. However, Jiang Chen gave them disheartening news as he quickly planned their future. The entire fallout shelter 027, including the residents that moved to the surface in the beginning, 900 out of the 1,700 people were elites from different industries. Of the remaining 800 people, 400 were 12 or below, and the rest were all useless garbage. The 400 useless individuals were dragged to Xinxiang town colony where they will be planting the karm tree and processing the mutated fruits necessary to produce nutrient supplies. Of the remaining 1,300 people, they were divided by family. Part of the group will be living on the surface of Camp 27, while the remainder will return to Fallout Shelter 027 to enjoy their happy life. Needless to say, even with so many shortcomings, the fallout shelter was still the happiest place on the wasteland. There were only 200 individuals granted a return to the fallout shelter, and the number of people will change based on Fishbone's project. The 200 research individuals will be divided into 5 projects as they continue to enjoy their life. They were permitted to bring a spouse along with children less than 18 years old to enjoy the same life. Of course, there were plenty of talents in the fallout shelter. If their efficiency is too low, they would be kicked out. People would gladly take their spot and bring their family to enjoy the heaven-like life. As to the families forced to stay on the surface, Jiang Chen didn't give them any trouble. Instead, he treated them as a talent reserve. For the people influential in virtual reality development, Jiang Chen moved their family to the Fishbone base and gave them to Du Yongkong to develop the virtual reality MMORPG. Speaking of Du Yongkong, he certainly felt left out. After he had developed Future 1.0, Jiang Chen had almost forgotten about him. A lot of people that had joined the Fishbone base around the same time were all tasked with important duties, while he was stuck with a bunch of machines, writing codes. If he had nothing to do he would just try to waste the day away. But now that he had people, he finally had an opportunity to display his skill. However, he was still confused about why he was developing Future 1.0. He didn't understand the purpose of developing an outdated virtual reality that required a helmet. It was the kind of feeling where people already had consoles, but they still wanted to play the original Game Boy. But he didn't voice his thoughts. Standing at the gate of the camp, Jiang Chen looked at the row of trucks leaving the camp. 5 hours ago, the 8 trucks hauled a total of 120 tons of concrete. This C-grade concrete produced from the concrete plant in Xinxiang would be used to build the new homes for the fallout shelter residents. Now, the trucks transported away 421 fallout shelter residents. During the ability assessment, they were determined to not possess any research ability. They were incorporated into the Fishbone base with a citizen level of slave. While working in the plantation to feed themselves, they will also be working towards becoming a lower citizen one day. Jiang Chen didn't know since when Su Lu stood beside him, but he suddenly heard her exclaim in a light voice. It is hard to believe that the hard-to-chew-on fallout shelter defeated themselves like this. This is normal. Jiang Chen gazed at the shadows disappearing at the end of the highway as he grinned. You are always so wise. Su Lu watched Jiang Chen's back with a smile. Jiang Chen paused for a moment as he didn't imagine people would describe him as wise as he began laughing out loud. It is not wise, not at all. Only some experience with society. Su Lu didn't continue on this topic. How are the resident assembly representatives going to be treated? I have already arranged for them to go on the truck. Including Wu Yagua and Shi Yongtian. The fishbone needed all forms of talents, but it didn't need politicians who only knew how to speak and point fingers. It would require months if not years of labor for them to interrogate into the new life on the wasteland. Hearing that Jiang Chen had already made the arrangement, Su Lu smiled and nodded before she started to discuss her next step. Now that this side of things is over, do you need me to return to the logistics department immediately? No need, we need management talent here. Wang Xiaowu is not bad at commanding an army, but it would be disastrous if the same techniques used to manage an army were used politically. You are exceptional in this field, you'll be in charge of the affairs at Camp 27. Okay, boss. Su Lu bowed. Wang Qin will organize the research projects before transitioning them over to you. Your primary responsibility will be ensuring that the research needed is being done. Other than that, the rest will be up to you. You can do it. As he said this, Jiang Chen patted her shoulder, trying to motivate her before leaving. Also, one more thing. Su Lu seemed to have remembered something as she stopped Jiang Chen. An elder man wants to see you. He said he is an academician from the Pan-Asian Corporation Academy of Social Sciences. His name is Qin Xuehai. Tents of various sizes were built around the outskirt of the camp. Although they were simple and crude, they were enough to weather the harsh external conditions. These tents were all hauled from the fishbone base and will be used before Camp 27 apartments are built. Therefore, the residents forcefully moved to the surface must settle for them. The tents formed a distinct contrast with the 100 homes in the center of the camp, as if it was the ghetto versus the rich. The situation was rather comical. They had previously mocked the two groups of residents that first moved up to the surface, stating that they would rather live in the harsh conditions of the surface than the comfort in the fallout shelter. But now the situation seemed to be reversed, as the people they mocked now became someone they envied. After passing through a few tents, Jiang Chen walked to a tent at the corner of the camp. He saw an elder with white hair who seemed to be waiting for him. You are Academician Qin. The elder kindly smiled at Jiang Chen, who stood in front of him as he got up. Yes, and you must be Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded. Your body condition doesn't seem to be too well. The elder waved his hand as he said something that surprised Jiang Chen. Don't worry, I am a digitalized human. Digitalized human? Digitalized humans can also age. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes but quickly returned back to normal. I heard you have something important to tell me, is it just this? Of course not. Academician Qin shook his head. There is one thing I want to give you. As he said, he picked a baseball-sized black sphere out of his pocket. Jiang Chen looked at the sphere as he frowned. It felt like he had seen this somewhere before. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. The golden apple. Jiang Chen whispered. Academician Qin paused a moment before shaking his head. Is that how you refer to this thing? But you'll be disappointed. It is only a communication device based on Dr. Klein's research on Klein particles. It is referred to as galactic cell phone. Of course, the energy for this has been completely consumed, it can only provide you with a coordinate. Jiang Chen took over the black sphere as he carefully examined it in his hands. The appearance was no different than the one he obtained in U-235, but this was clearly lighter. Also, this must be the real, golden apple, not the counterfeit, golden apple, the Third Reich mimicked. This thing was not meant to broadcast to other time dimensions, but rather to conduct communication across time. Can this thing speak to the past? Academician Qin smiled when he heard Jiang Chen's question. In theory, yes. However, just like the Schrödinger's cat, even if you spoke to the past, you can't verify if someone heard it, and you can't verify if they understood or not. Is that so? I heard that this thing is made with brain extract. Jiang Chen mustered to himself as he was deep in thought. That is false. Academician Qin smiled. That's right, the brain extract can detect Klein particle activities, but how is it possible to use the brain to create this? In a parallel world, someone certainly did that. Jiang Chen said in his mind. After a momentary pause, Academician Qin put on a stern face as he continued, to be honest, this thing had lost its purpose already. The reason why I am telling you this is only because I'm trying to explain a fact to you. What fact? Jiang Chen observed the metallic ball in his hand. This is an experiment. Jiang Chen's action stopped as he looked at Academician Qin. Experiment? That's right, the experiment is to research under the circumstance of extremely limited resources, how would the human society evolve. Academician Qin calmly told a shocking truth. Jiang Chen was in shock, or in disbelief. But he quickly realized something was odd. It was too much of a coincidence. The PAC government was that useless? The fallout shelter was a civil defense structure and built based on the international political situation deteriorating. Would it really be problematic to store more nuclear fusion cores? It was set for 50 years, but it had to open in 20 years. And that Han Junhua, she was clearly not meant to be a politician. But he didn't manage to think that the entire fallout shelter was just an experiment. Every single person inside was a white rat. From the beginning, there was not enough energy. Even the choice of leaders, the kind Jiang Qiming as the first leader and the cold Han Junhua as the second leader, they were both not ideal choices for leadership, but can be researched as classic personalities. The experiment's result is sent to the Zhenghe space colonization ship light years away using this device. The elimination of sources of error, and investigate into key subjects were typical of an experiment. It was just that, the experiment to be conducted on a group of people was too cruel. Although it is just a small fallout shelter, don't you think this is the reflection of society? Why are you telling me this? Jiang Chen stuffed the metallic ball into his pocket as he retorted. He was not part of the PAC, nor did he have anything to do with the dissolved World Alliance organization. He was not bored enough to think of the people light years away. I am only providing you with a thought process. If you happen to encounter such a choice, I believe you will learn something from it. Thought process. That choice. Thought process. Jiang Chen didn't understand. That's right, as a researcher who lived in the fallout shelter for 20 years, other than being responsible for the experiment, I have been thinking about another question. What question? You should have heard of reproductive separation. It was not a complicated subject. Even in the biology textbook from the 21st century it was mentioned. Jiang Chen only recalled briefly before he nodded. Because of geographical isolation and other factors, different groups of the same species reproduce in different habitats. Due to the inability to carry out gene exchange, to withstand the natural selection of different environments, it would eventually lead to the formation of two completely different species. Academician Qin nodded in praise as he looked at Jiang Chen. Although there are still some flaws with the theory, that's mostly the case. With geographical separation, after thousands of years of evolvement, the same species would evolve into two completely different species. Geographical separation is the pretense for reproductive separation. But have you considered another possibility? If for some reason humans were forced to create geographic separation, what kind of possibility would that create? Reproductive separation? Jiang Chen paused for a moment. No, it's ideological separation. Academician Qin shook his head as he threw out a concept that Jiang Chen never heard of before. How you noticed, in only 20 years, the people living underground and the people on the surface have been separated into two kinds of people. What would happen if 50 years passed? Or even longer time? Jiang Chen began to ponder on the idea as he waited for him to explain. Under different environment, the civilization making an adjustment to the environment is known as evolvement from a social science point of view. Just like how although reproductive separation didn't exist between the ancient and modern people, there exists a huge gap between them ideology-wise. If we look at the deep space light years away, is there a gap created between the space colonization ship and us? The instant when the space colonization ships accelerated to escape the solar system, they were no longer humans from Earth. Or rather, the ship who have gathered the elites of the human civilization had already evolved into something higher. So what? Whatever they evolve into, they are no longer on Earth, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. When he heard Jiang Chen's words, academician Qin only laughed. In the 16th century, what did the Europeans bring to UA? Slaughter? No, civilization. Was there a difference? Jiang Chen just wanted to ask, but he all of a sudden stopped. That's right, because there was no difference. The rebirth of the civilization must be accompanied by bloody brutality, academician Qin said gently. You mean? They will be back. Regardless if they will be back or not, they will do something. And to us as the natives, the process must be accompanied by pain. Blood. Sacrifice. But what is truly terrifying is that these actions will be justified through their perspective. Supreme, harmony, and purity. Supreme, the fusion between human and technology. It was simple to understand. The digitalized human would be considered part of the supreme philosophy. Harmony, the combination of human and nature. It was using genetic engineering to modify humans to adapt to harsh conditions. The example would be the mutated humans who could feast on the mutants' meat. They were definitely the group who enjoyed the wasteland the most. Although no one would classify them as human. As to purity. Purity is nothing will change. Nothing will change. Is that considered evolution? Jiang Chen was puzzled. It is considered evolution. Academician Qin nodded. The activity of civilization expanded from Earth to space, it is a great chance to make no change to the form of existence. They don't abandon any parts of being human and use foreign objects to strengthen themselves, protecting the body itself. This requires no fewer sacrifices than the first two. The only thing we can guess now is that the new human who chooses this path is the most likely to be friendly to us, and at least better than those who chose supreme or harmony. After listening to academician Qin's explanation, Jiang Chen remained silent. He let out a sigh after a long while. Regardless, these are all too distant. It is indeed too distant. The formation of a new civilization would take tens, hundreds, and even thousands of years. But regardless the length of time, civilization would have to make the decision on how it chooses to continue its existence. As an elder man who is about to step into the coffin, the only thing I can do is tell you what I know. If you can learn something from it, and make the right choices, it will be the pleasure of civilization. The pleasure of civilization? That is a daunting recognition. But unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't have any interest in becoming the next savior, nor did he have the capability to become one. But if he thought about carefully, if he had to cast a vote in terms of the direction of the entire civilization, he would lean more towards the route of purity. As to why? Naturally, aside from purity, would the humans coming from the two other routes still be considered human? Under a bold assumption, the end to harmony would be humans fusing with mutants, and the end of supreme would most likely be advanced artificial intelligence and internal hard disks. Regardless of which one, the pleasure of being human would be abandoned. After leaving academician Qin's tent, Jiang Chen threw the authentic golden apple into the storage dimension and walked to the gate of the camp. An armored vehicle was parked in front of the gate, and from the cigarette butts on the ground, the vehicle had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Jiang Chen walk over, the driver who was killing time smoking a cigarette immediately threw it away and saluted to him with a straight back. Jiang Chen nodded to the driver as he sat in the passenger seat. Let's go back to the base. Yes. It only took a moment of zoning out before the vehicle arrived at the mansion in the base. When Jiang Chen walked inside, he hung his winter suit on the wall and bumped into Sun Jiao, who was coming down the stairs. "Are you okay?" Sun Jiao asked caringly when she saw Jiang Chen's face. "Uh-huh." Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao, dumbfounded. He scratched his face. "Is there something on my face?" Looking at Jiang Chen's action, Sun Jiao covered her mouth as she began to giggle. "Yes, there are 2 bugs on your forehead almost twisting together." "Bugs?" Jiang Chen touched his forehead, but he felt his eyebrows. When he saw the mocking expression on Sun Jiao's face, he immediately realized that the girl was teasing him. "You dare to tease your husband?" Jiang Chen pretended to be angry as he leaped toward her, but Sun Jiao dodged with a smirk. Regarding body conditions, Jiang Chen would never be able to catch up to Sun Jiao without special abilities. But Sun Jiao obviously didn't try too hard as they fooled for a minute before she was tackled onto the sofa by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, breathing heavily, looked at Sun Jiao, who he finally managed to catch, and grinned. With a slightly flushed face, her full breasts bounced up and down. Her crystal eyes covered by a layer of mist, staring straight into Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen, who was about to bully her, stopped. "What's going on?" "Honey." Jiang Chen used his finger to gently lift up the rumpled hair on her forehead and said gently. He could feel her hesitation. She had her own thoughts. The audacious face rarely displayed a trace of fragility. Sun Jiao hesitantly looked at Jiang Chen as she whispered. "How about this? Why don't you go take a break on the other side?" When he heard Sun Jiao's words, Jiang Chen was surprised. Sun Jiao always wanted to keep him on this side, but this time she brought this up on her own. Sun Jiao read the surprise on Jiang Chen's face. Then with a blushing face, she continued. "Didn't you say? Compared to the other side, this side is more depressing. I'm scared." She bit her lips before quickly letting go. "All in all, I can't allow you to dislike this side." Although the voice sounded capricious, Jiang Chen could still clearly feel the love. I promise." Jiang Chen looked into Sun Jiao's eyes as he sincerely promised. After gazing with Jiang Chen for a while, Sun Jiao suddenly burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Chen pretended to be angry as he slapped her butt. Sun Jiao cried out in slight pain as she rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. "Nothing, I can't think my husband is adorable." "I think you should think your husband is strong." Jiang Chen with a smirk as his hands began to move around. Sun Jiao felt the coldness that moved around her waist as her face began to burn. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and joked. "In the living room again. We've never successfully done it in the living room." It was Jiang Chen who blushed this time. He remembered the first time when Sun Jiao was like an untamed cat that jumped onto him. However, before they could do anything, Yao Yao, who came downstairs, saw him completed exposed. "Ahem, why don't we continue in the bedroom?" Jiang Chen subconsciously glanced at the empty stairs as he awkwardly retreated his hands. Sun Jiao seductively rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen as she swiftly escaped from Jiang Chen's hug and sat on the sofa. With 2 fingers, she demandingly lifted Jiang Chen's chin. "Come to my room tonight." The red lips naughtily breathed a breath of warm fragrance. The next morning, Jiang Chen, with black circles under his eyes, walked out of Sun Jiao's bedroom yawning. As he reminisced the intimacy that happened last time, he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps because they haven't done it for so long, last night Sun Jiao was particularly demanding as she only let him sleep after midnight while she drifted to sleep as well like a well-fed cat. As Jiang Chen thought about this, he stretched his back with a delightful smile. The pleasant smile froze on his face as a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. *K, my back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. At the same time, the still sleepy Yao Yao walked into the hallway. She looked at Jiang Chen, who froze in place as she tilted her head in confusion. Ahem, Yao, Yao Yao, come help me. Jiang Chen with his thick skin finally squeezed out these words. He felt humiliated. The nice Yao Yao immediately walked up to help him. Jiang Chen looked at the innocent eyes as he didn't know how to explain what caused his stiff back. It was already early March, snow was barely visible in Wanghai City now. Followed by the stabilization of the situation on the wasteland, it was time to return to the modern world as events have also been progressing along there. Of course, before he returned, Jiang Chen still had to take care of some urgent matters. After eating lunch at the community center, Jiang Chen rode the helicopter to the 6th Street as he headed immediately to the Zhao Corporation headquarters within the inner circle. After months of repair, the traces of the civil war were no longer visible in the inner circle. Including Zhao Corporation's building almost penetrated by the electromagnetic cannon, from the outside, it was impossible to tell that a bloody civil war erupted here. Just as he stared into the Zhao Corporation building, Jiang Chen felt countless eyes focus on him before fleeing away. He smiled as he didn't bother with their looks and he headed straight to the elevator. The new security guard in the front saw Jiang Chen's back and was prepared to stop him because he didn't notify the reception desk. The old security guard with sharp eyes immediately dragged the new colleague back by the collar. The new security guard tilted his neck and looked at the old security in shock. When he saw that the elevator doors had already closed, he complained in frustration, "What are you doing? Didn't the boss say that without going through the front desk, all visitors should be kicked out? *T, did you not see who he was? If you dared to stop him, your boss would stuff your head into the toilet." The old security guard spat all over his face as he remained completely dumbfounded. Who is he? Seeing how stupid his new colleague was, the old security let out a sigh. "Sigh, you just came from Hang City, so you might not know, the 6th Street now is not what it was before. Did you see the newly built casino in the inner circle? A few months ago a nuke blew up there." Nuke? The new security's eyes widened. Tactical nuke. Although it was not a big one, it did wipe out half of the inner circle. Is that the person? No, but things changed here. The group of 10 council collapsed after the civil war. And that man, the only victor out of the war, is the general of the 6th Street. The old security let out a sigh as he said melancholily. It would be impossible to say he didn't miss the old times. Back then the status of being a security guard of Zhao Corporation was envied by many. The new security guard's eyes were about to pop out as cold sweat began to roll down. He felt scared. He was thankful that the old guy dragged him. It would be less of a deal if he lost his job, but if he offended someone of power, it would a question of if he could walk out of the door or not. Other people would need an appointment to see Zhao Chenwu. For Jiang Chen, the process was not so problematic. When Jiang Chen walked into his office, the previous ruthless leader was already waiting in front of the desk. "A rare visitor, what brings you here?" When Jiang Chen walked in, Zhao Chenwu stopped the work in his hands as he stood up smiling. Jiang Chen noticed that his mood seemed to be a lot better. He didn't have the same expression of despair that was present when he passed on his power. "How have you been?" Great, thanks to Mr. Jiang. Let's go talk in the room next door." With the food business blooming, although he lost part of his power, he had significant gains in other areas. Under the direction of Jiang Chen he created the trade fleets. Not only did he extend the business up to Luzhou, he even opened the market for tea and coffee. The green crystals flooded to him. In less than a month, he had already recovered nearly a third of his losses from the Civil War. While they caught up, the two walked to the guest room next door as they sat around a table. Not long after, his assistant Su Lei walked inside as she poured hot tea for both of them before leaving. Jiang Chen noticed her right hand was switched into mechanical prosthetics. It must be because of the Civil War. After some small talk, Jiang Chen began to discuss the issues at hand. when he asked about the status of the 10T3 power armors he has ordered. It was already March, it was around the time the order should be completed. It is already done. I went to examine it in the military factory, the technicians have completed the last stage of program testing. Do you need me to take you there for a visual? Jiang Chen waved his hand. There is no rush, I will send people to transport it back tomorrow. The 88,000 crystals can be deducted from the food business income. Also, how's your production capacity for your military factory? When heard Jiang Chen ask about the military factory, he gave a brief thought before he gave a conservative estimate. With the newly added production line, the production capacity increased by 60%. 60%. Let me try a different question, how many power armor can the factory produce in a month? At most 3. That's too little. Jiang Chen shook his head. Seeing that Jiang Chen was unhappy with his work, Zhao Qinwu had a helpless expression on his face. It is not little at all. Power armors are not bullets, and the process can't be streamlined. It takes half a month with 10 technicians around a skeleton with blueprints to make them. Also, these are all skilled workers. Why can't the production be streamlined? Is the power armor before the war manufactured one by one? When he heard Jiang Chen ask this, Zhao Qinwu forced a smile. It is not that simple, there are thousands of parts inside. Without a complete industrial process, it is impossible to streamline the process for a massive thing like this. The power armor is one of the better products. If it is the spider tank, at best it would be 1 unit per half a year. Zhao Qinwu paused for a moment before he continued. I am serious, with the increasing number of factories, the cost of steel, bronze, and aluminum have all increased. The profit margin of the firearms is no way near as high as the food business. Jiang Chen finally understood when he heard Zhao Qinwu say that. The key point was, he had no interest in developing the military factory. The profit of the food business would bring in millions of crystals, and the power armor had a cost of 9,000 crystals, to begin with. With a sale price of 11,000, it would only be a profit of 2,000. The work an entire winter would only net 20,000, which would be equivalent to a trip down to the neighboring city. He developed the military factory before to equip his private force. Now that Jiang Chen had put a restriction on the private force, and even injected them with the honorary chip, he didn't have the motivation to develop the military factory. But since the military factory was not his, Jiang Chen couldn't demand him to continue to expand if Zhao Qinwu was unwilling, so he spoke after thinking for a moment. How about this, sell the military factory to me, including those workers, give me a price. Zhao Qinwu was ecstatic when he heard Jiang Chen was willing to take over the not-so-profitable military factory. No problem. The military factories used to produce spider tanks and power armors cost a total of 870,000 crystals. I will sell it to you at cost. In the end, the transfer price of the military factories was lowered to 600,000 crystals before they agreed on the deal. 870,000. You think your military factories have a stable source of income? Ordinary people would be unable to afford this, combined with the already limited distribution channel. Especially with the formation of the 6th Street Bank, the wealth generated from the last 2 crusades completely ignited the industrial fire of the 6th Street. Workshops and factories appeared like bamboo sprouts. With the lucrative food business in place, it would be insane to use the money to expand the military factories. Zhao Qinwu debated with Jiang Chen for a while before he settled on a price. He was satisfied with a price of 600,000 crystals. With these crystals as liquid assets, he could further expand the trade fleets and expand the business further beyond the horizon. But for Jiang Chen, compared to crystals, as the general of the military government, needed to consider the military aspect. Also, how is the development of the T4 power armor? Regarding development, Zhao Qinwu's expression was rather awkward. Part of the technical problems are yet to be resolved, it is primarily related to the engine. The request I sent out to the two mercenaries groups to retrieve technical support has yet to progress. Transfer me the research team as well then, Jiang Chen said straightforwardly. Since he recently incorporated Fallout Shelter 027 to the problem Zhao Chenwu couldn't solve, maybe it would not be a problem at all for the scientists that inherited the technology before the war. Zhao Chenwu nodded. Okay, the research team is already part of the military factory. But to be honest, research is a bottomless pit. Other than the armor being a bit weaker, the T3 power armor is superb in mobility as well as firepower, there would not be a lot of room for improvement. Is it not weaker, but too weak? Jiang Chen shook his head. Other than the armor in front of the chest, the other parts would be busted by a few scratches of the Deathclaw. Zhao Chenwu forced a smile. You can't compare this thing to a Deathclaw, the defense is not the strong suit of the airdrop type of power armor. If the Deathclaw is in close range, even the land-type power armor would not be able to hold out. Land-type power armor? Speaking of this, is there a military factory that produces the land type at the 6th Street? Zhao Chenwu shook his head, no, or rather no need. No need? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. Compared to the cumbersome land-type power armor, the airdrop type with high mobility and short-range flight capability obviously are more fitted to explore the wasteland. For example, if a group of zombies surrounded the power armor, the airdrop type would be able to use the turbine engine to fly out, the land type would be stuck there being squeezed to death, Zhao Chenwu patiently explained to Jiang Chen. While zombies' claw and teeth could not break the power armor steel, it could use its size to squish the power armor flat. I see, so it comes down to practicality after all. The tea on the table was already cold. Looking at Jiang Chen deep in thought, Zhao Chenwu took a sip of the tea and signaled Su Lei to add more hot tea. No need for the trouble, it is pretty late. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock on the wall as he stood up smiling. Zhao Chenwu also stood up and laughed. Are you planning to leave? I will send you down. Oh, also, something else. I need another batch of firearms. Do you have any firearms dealer you can recommend to me? Zhao Chenwu paused for a second. What type of firearms? Anti-armor weapon, heat sensor grenade, and sniper rifle, the more, the better. Huh, you found the right person. Zhao Chenwu was ecstatic. One of my old friends happened to visit me from Sioux City and asked me if I was interested in absorbing a batch of firearms. But I am not even in that business anymore, so he was troubled by how to get rid of his batch. If you are interested, I will help you contact him right now. Then what are we waiting for? Jiang Chen laughed, just take me to him, I want to get this done as soon as possible. Zhao Chenwu noted a few things for Su Lei and asked her to contact the merchant from Sioux City. Then he and Jiang Chen came downstairs and headed to the industrial area at the 6th Street. Not long after, the car was parked in front of a warehouse. A middle-aged man with wrinkles all over his face stood in front of the warehouse. From the half-burnt cigarette, he only arrived momentarily as well. When he saw Zhao Chenwu's car, his eyes immediately lit up as he stubbed out the cigarette and stuffed it back into his pocket. Then, he walked to the two people that just got off the car. Mr. Zhao, I heard you are interested in my firearms. With the wrinkles on his face squeezed together, the man smiled while exposing his yellow teeth. It is not me that's interested, it's this important individual. Zhao Chenwu looked at Jiang Chen as he began to introduce, the 6th Street Military Government General, Jiang Chen. It is General Jiang. My pleasure. The man's face was obviously shocked as he immediately extended his hand to shake Jiang Chen's. At the same time, he introduced himself, I am Hu Yud, a merchant from Sioux City. It's a great pleasure to finally meet Mr. Jiang. Hu Yud. Homoyam for Bulsh *T, that's a great name. You know me? Jiang Chen let go of his hand as he was quite surprised. Mr. Jiang is a humorous person. Which merchant in this region doesn't know you? Hu Yud scratched his slightly dirty nose as he laughed. Since you know him, then you should know what kind of people shouldn't be bullsh asterisk ting. Zhao Chenwu told Hu Yud with a half-smiling look. Ahem, of course. Even if I have 100 guts, I won't dare to bullsh asterisk t Mr. Jiang. But with Mr. Jiang's reputation, you won't do anything like not paying, right? Hu Yud's muddy eyes shifted as he tried to test the water. Now that the 6th Street was no longer controlled by the Group of 10 Council, the merchants without force dealing with dictators were worried. If Jiang Chen didn't pay, he would have nowhere to seek justice. Jiang Chen began to laugh. Don't worry. I won't do anything like not paying, just take me to the firearms. When he received the promise from Jiang Chen, Hu Yud immediately started to smile as he bowed, exaggeratedly. Then I have to thank General Jiang, I will take you right now. Hu Yud turned around as he walked to the warehouse first. Do you need me to go along? Zhao Chenwu asked. No need, I will go by myself. Okay, I will head back then. Also, this guy is mischievous, don't be tricked by him. Do everything you can to lower the price. The batch of firearms has already been here for half a month, he would have to sell even if he had to sell at a loss. Jiang Chen was puzzled by Zhao Chenwu's words. Is it hard to sell firearms here? Zhao Chenwu shook his head. The market is already saturated with a small population. Now with countless factories and workshops emerging, this market saturation would become the norm. Needless to say, the merchants from Sioux City, even the local factories, are starting to be troubled by their sales channel. 3 months ago, this was hard to imagine. During that time, people with crystals were all wealthy. The increase in quality of life reignited the survivors' desire to hunt. Therefore, the mercenary groups and lone travelers eager to switch equipment even lined up at the door of the military factories. The firearms dealer without the worry to sell obviously did everything to increase productivity. But people only have 2 hands, weapons were not easy to break either. After the period of equipment switching was over, the excessively produced firearms obviously were stored in the warehouses unable to be sold. Excess production was a severe problem. Without proper measures, after a short period of prosperity, the newly opened factories and workshops may be on the brink of bankruptcy again. Not only in the firearms industry, with the gradual increase in general productivity, other industries will also experience a similar problem. Jiang Chen looked at the ragged back as he became thinking about this issue. The metal gate opened as the smell of desiccant dirt blew in his face. Hu Yud searched for the button on the wall as he turned on the lights to the warehouse. The dark space instantly lit up. The thick wooden boxes almost stuffed the entire area to its max capacity. Inside the open boxes were baseball-shaped heat sensor grenades, and bowl-sized rockets. On the wall directly facing the door were rows of ghost sniper rifles, and by crude estimation, at least another 100 in the boxes on the side with changeable scopes. As to the barrels along the other side of the wall, without a doubt, must be launchers to the rockets. Ghost sniper rifle, heat sensor grenade, Python anti-tank rocket, Reaper rifle, along with some other reliable gadgets. I trust you will definitely be interested. While Hu Yud laughed, he signaled a satisfied gesture to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen walked up and picked up a Python and tried to scope. Is this thing good? 1 round would bust a power armor, Hu Yud immediately added, the Land Type 2. Is the quality reliable? I can guarantee it with my head. Hu Yud promised while pounding his chest. Jiang Chen nodded, pleased. As he put down the rocket launcher in his hand, he strolled around the warehouse to try out a few things to ensure the quality of the other weapons. If you don't mind me asking, is Mr. Jiang planning something big? Oh. Why do you think so? Jiang Chen played with the ghost sniper rifle in his hands as he said nonchalantly. The small cunning eyes spun as Hu Yud cracked a smile. Everyone knows that it is almost impossible to sell firearms at the 6th Street now. Mr. Jiang is in the food business, so obviously not interested in the small profit. This batch of firearms, it is going to be used to equip an army. Jiang Chen glanced at him as the tense Huyud immediately rushed to explain, ahem, don't be mistaken, I have no intention in collecting information. Then your intention is? Jiang Chen asked him dubiously. I just want to know if Mr. Jiang is interested in people, Huyud said with a flattering look. People? To put it simply, slaves. Ones who are already trained with the electronic collar around their necks, so you only need to push them forward during the war. Jiang Chen was flabbergasted. You are not only in the firearm business, but you also do slave trade? When Huyud heard that Jiang Chen seemed to be interested, he immediately became more energetic as he started to explain to Jiang Chen, slave is a specialty to Sioux City. The mine pit at Sioux City has over 70,000 slaves registered for sale. Although I don't have stock on hand, if Mr. Jiang is interested, I will immediately go back and haul you a batch. Jiang Chen was astonished. 70,000. What kind of damn place is the mine pit? 70,000. Including the shadow population and nearby survivors, the 6th Street only has 50,000 people. Slaves registered for sale alone were over 70,000, that was insane. Although Huyud was a bit confused when he heard Jiang Chen didn't know what the mine pit was, he thought that it might be because Jiang Chen had never left Wanghai City, and without second-guessing it, he began to explain the origin of the mine pit. The reason why it was called the mine pit was not necessarily because it was actually a mine pit, but because there was a crystal mine pit worth 100,000 crystals or above there. Jiang Chen had heard about crystal mines from Sun Jiao a long time, but he had never seen one. Based on Huyud's description, it was a biological mine bed attached to the rock surface, and it was in diced meat shape with similar behavior to moss. Although it looked disgusting, crystals could be produced from those diced meat. The slaves at the mine pit had to wear protective suits to walk into the mine and pick up the sand-sized crystals from the disgusting and corrosive diced meat. Because the owner possessed a huge gold mine, he hired a bunch of raiders specializing in slave capture as he formed a force of 4,000 to become a strong survivor force in Sioux City. Because they had a special relationship with the raiders nearby, other than outputting crystals, the mine pit also conducted slavery trade. The dead parts of the diced meat could be cut and used as a prime ingredient for nutrient supply. Therefore the cost to feed slaves was not high. Hence the slaves' population naturally increased. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. How many can you haul? That depends on the type Mr. Jiang wants. Huyud smiled. Right now it is the tail of the winter, it is not too dangerous on the road. The cheapest kind of slave, I can haul you more than 1,000, but that kind can only be used to boost the number without much use. The type with good body conditions, I can also haul you around 100. Then it would be the more expensive kind, because of the limited supplies, I'll have to go back before I can give you an accurate response. The expensive kind? What expensive kind? Jiang Chen asked curiously. For example, powerful lone travelers, special talents. Of course, the most expensive is the ice coffin. Huyud mysteriously smiled. The smile looked perverted. What on earth is an ice coffin? It is a great thing. Mr. Jiang has heard of hibernation chambers before, right? I have. Jiang Chen nodded. The ultra-low temperature technology allowed humans to pass through an extended period of time with the body's functionality reduced to a minimum. For the people who are using it, 50 years would be the difference of a blink of an eye. Some fallout shelters were even made entirely of hibernation chambers. For example, Yao Yao came out of this type of fallout shelter. Imagine this, to have been a top celebrity, or princess before the war, you'll get to enjoy them crying, screaming, and shouting for security and begging for mercy while you tell them the world is hopeless, and then watch their whimpering face turn into despair. That's enough, Jiang Chen interrupted his psychotic words. It was a waste of talent for him to not write erotics with such vivid description. Seeing Jiang Chen didn't look pleased, Huyud immediately shut his mouth. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen spoke again, the type of slave with a healthy body, how much would they cost? 20 crystals for one. Okay, I need 1,000, can you do that? When Jiang Chen stated he needed that much, Huyud was overjoyed as he immediately agreed. Of course, I can do it, just leave this to me. The slave trade was a lucrative industry. By simply making 10 crystals per slave, it was much more profitable than the firearms business. He didn't even negotiate the price of the firearms as he sold it to Jiang Chen at the 80,000 crystals cost. After finally getting rid of the firearms burden, he couldn't wait as he headed back to Sioux City immediately. He wanted to transport the slaves before the hibernation of the mutants ended as it would save a lot of costs. March was prime time for trade and it only comes once a year. But before he left, he mysteriously stuffed a small wooden box in Jiang Chen's hands, saying it was a gift to the general from the merchant. When Jiang Chen asked what it was, he grinned and lowered his voice, "Do you know the secret behind how the mine pit trains female slaves?" It was already the third day. The woman named Su Lu didn't do anything to her. If she had to compare between the past 3 days and a few days ago, it would just be that the 3 meals a day were changed to 2 nutrient supplies per day. If she wanted to go to the washroom, no one would let her out. Instead, a cup would be stuffed under the door. As long as she withstood the initial embarrassment, it was not inconvenient at all. To the Fallout residents who lived a prosperous life, nutrient supply may be unbearable pig food. But to Han Junhua, who was a soldier, nutrient supply was a convenient military food. Needless to say, she drank that in the Fallout shelter every day. She didn't even have a few hot meals since the war started. Jiang Chen thought a few nutrient supplies would make her surrender. That was too naive. As to being lonely, she was used to being lonely for a long time. Han Junhua stared at the black wall as he continued to zone out like her usual routine. She had spent her time this way for the past few days as time passed by under such circumstances. She just didn't why that face would occasionally surface in her head. Under normal circumstances, it was irregular to have this type of feeling towards the enemy, but she still couldn't resist being curious. She was curious about the man who used the weakness of human nature to conquer Fallout Shelter 027. What kind of method would he use to force her to conform? Of course, she thought regardless, it would be impossible. Then, the door opened. A ray of light shone into the dark room. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the light source. She saw Su Lu. "What day is today?" She took a tube from Su Lu's hand as Han Junhua casually asked. "Why do you ask?" Su Lu didn't answer, but instead, she asked back smiling. "For you would personally send this to me." Su Lu only smiled at her. "Do you want to watch me drink this?" There was no response. Han Junhua didn't speak anymore. She twisted open the cap as she chugged down the thick liquid expressionlessly. FRP, the corner of her eyes, the smile on Su Lu's face was more and more visible. For some reason, her smile made Han Junhua feel slightly uncomfortable. Although she couldn't tell what the reason was, it made her uncomfortable. Suddenly, her head became clouded as her vision began to blur. Anesthetic? As she quietly thought, her consciousness fell into the abyss. After putting on his pants, Jiang Chen looked at the Han Junhua who had fallen on the ground as an evil smile appeared. Although he didn't take her first time from the front, from the back, however. All in all, Han Junhua mindlessly sat on the ground. She looked as if her spirit had escaped her. "The training has just begun, you have to last through the whole thing." When she heard Jiang Chen's words, Han Junhua's body visibly twitched, her cold face reflexively displayed a trace of despair. The metal door was slammed shut. Until the light gradually turned dim before disappearing, what was left to the female pack colonel was the endless darkness and the joy of climaxing. When she saw Jiang Chen walk out, Sulu waiting at the door to greet him. Is it over? Aha. I may have gone over the line. Until after the fact did Jiang Chen start to realize how wicked he was. Sulu was a girl after all. When she heard Jiang Chen say that, her face uncontrollably turned red before quickly recovering. Maintain the status quo. Maintain the status quo, I will drop by from time to time to persuade her. Sulu nodded with a smile. Okay but at the same time, a boom explosion sounded outside of the command center. The window glass began to buzz due to the vibration as it scared Sulu enough to duck onto the ground with her hands over her head. Fires erupted as Camp 27 was in disarray. The survivors all ran towards the elevator while the soldiers ran to the tent area where the explosion had occurred. When he heard the explosion, Jiang Chen immediately ran out of the command center. He happened to meet Wang Xiaowu, who was responsible for camp defense. General, after bumping into Jiang Chen, cold sweat began to roll down. He was responsible for the defense of the camp. Now that something like this has happened under Jiang Chen's eyes, he was drenched in cold sweat. Don't say anything. Go to the explosion scene and figure out what has happened. Jiang Chen knew it was not the time to determine who was responsible. The most critical thing was to investigate the reason behind the explosion. Yes. Wang Xiaowu clenched his teeth as he shouted at the top of his lungs before he ran off to the explosion area. The ground was burnt black as the high temperature melted through the concrete brick on the square. The fortunate thing was that the explosion occurred at the corner of the camp. Although the erupted flame was daunting, it didn't cause massive casualties. After the soldiers created a zone of separation around the explosion, 2 soldiers in protective suits ran inside as they quickly searched the explosion area. After confirming that there were no radiation or remaining explosives, they signaled other people to come up. General, just leave this to us. This place has just blown up and is unsafe. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to walk up, Wang Xiaowu stopped him. Our soldiers already searched the area, there should be no explosives left on site. It is better to have an extra pair of eyes, so we don't miss any details. As Jiang Chen said this, he brushed away Wang Xiaowu's hand, and he walked to the tent area that was now in shambles. Seeing that Jiang Chen could not be convinced, Wang Xiaowu didn't know what to do as he decided to follow along. The tent in the middle of the explosion had already been blown up to dust. Jiang Chen kicked away the fried clothes as he saw a broken face. It was Academician Qin. When he was beside Jiang Chen, Wang Xiaowu looked at Academician Qin on the ground and said, "Poor elder." Jiang Chen stared at the aged face as he gave it a moment of thought before he squatted down. Wang Xiaowu looked at Jiang Chen dig through the rocks as he took out a fist-sized mechanical heart from Academician Qin's chest. His eyes were wide open. Digitalized human. That's right, digitalized human. Jiang Chen didn't say anything as he stuffed the mechanical heart into Wang Xiaowu's hand. Investigate the cause of the explosion, I will be waiting in the office. Then, Jiang Chen silently left the scene. Instincts told him that it was murder, and the target was Academician Qin Xuehai. But why? Kill confirmed. Lin Chowan muttered as he put away the controller in his hand and walked away from Camp 27. Any experimenter of the fallout shelter must die. It is father's direction to wipe these experimenters out. If they were close, he would personally do it. If they were far, then he would hire raiders or mercenaries. The results were the same, the experimenters must be eliminated. As to why he didn't know. As an intermediate artificial intelligence, he possessed the ability to think, but he didn't understand the behavior. It was not logically thought through, but more like a belief. It was comical to make a machine think from the perspective of a human. Just like it was comical to make a human think from a rock's perspective. After passing through a street, he suddenly stopped. Bell-shaped eyes were locked upon him, and the shadow of 10 claws swayed. Its shaking tail seemed to be telling him that it was ready to make a move. There was no death claw nest in this area. If a death claw appeared, there was only one reason. It was targeting him. Death claw. To finish me, at least send a mother of death claw. Lin Chowan expressionlessly took out his light sword as he swung it a few times in the air. What he didn't know was, Jiang Chen already killed the mother of Deathclaw. Roar dash. The deafening roar created a shockwave, the Deathclaw charged at him. At the same time, Lin Chowan moved. A trail of data flashed across his pupils as every movement of the Deathclaw's muscles were captured by the digitalized eyes before being sent to the central processor. It completed the reaction analysis in 0.0001 seconds. He kneeled down with the sword retracted. The fierce wind from the sharp claw cut by his head. The light sword brightened and was followed by the scream of the monster in pain. Lin Chowan's sword blinded the Deathclaw's eyes before he lowered his body, appearing behind its body. With its eyes damaged, the Deathclaw stumbled and crashed into the shops on the side of the street. It listlessly swung its claws and tail. Concrete pieces scattered everywhere. Lin Chowan put away the light sword. He took out the particle vibration dagger and strolled to the blinded Deathclaw. He kicked the right leg of the Deathclaw and stepped to the other side of the Deathclaw. The Deathclaw immediately turned around as it swung to where Lin Chowan had stood, smashing the concrete ground into pieces, but its entire back was exposed. With dagger over his head, he effortlessly penetrated its weak spine. Roar dash. As it made its last sobbing sound, the Deathclaw straightened its back as if it was electrocuted. Lin Chowan didn't stop as he swung the dagger down again, cutting its spine in half like he was cutting tofu. Blood and organs spilled everywhere, the Deathclaw crashed onto the ground. Drawing out the dagger, the blood on the blade began to fade. The high vibration frequency had vibrated the dark blood into a fine mist. A path of light bloomed under the sea with the Dindal effect. An evolutionary road paved with blood. No improvement at all. He put away the dagger and walked across the Deathclaw's body as one foot stepped out of the half-destroyed shop. But then, his footsteps stopped. Zombies had already surrounded the shop. Pairs of hollow eye sockets locked onto him. In stumbling footsteps, the zombies moved in his direction. Win by numbers. So problematic. Lin Chowan spoke to himself as the light sword reappeared again. Typically speaking, zombies would not attack the mechanical him, but these zombies were apparently not typical. The zombies howled and leaped at him. The light sword drew a few circles before disappearing into the sea of zombies. The explosion in the tent area had caused the camp to panic. A lot of people were yelling that they wanted to return to the fallout shelter, and there were even signs that it would evolve into conflict with the patrolling soldiers. But Wang Xiaowu was rather decisive as he led the camp soldiers to defend the elevator entrance. He fired machine guns into the air to suppress the signs of unrest and controlled the situation with his forceful action. As the director of the camp, Su Lu didn't sit around. She used her charisma and positive image among the fallout shelter residents to gradually stabilize the residents' emotion. At the same time, the investigation for the cause of the explosion was rapidly in progress. Not long after, a report was placed on Jiang Chen's table. 21 wounded, 5 died, 17 tents destroyed. The center of the explosion was close to Academician Qin, only 2 to 3 meters away. Further away, the soldiers managed to find the wreckage of a drone. Based on the pieces of evidence, it could be concluded that someone controlled a drone with a bomb towards Academician Qin's tent before remotely detonating it. It was a blatant murder, and the murder came from outside the tent. But why? Jiang Chen's eyes were closed shut as he went into deep thought. He couldn't understand what would make an elder, who was already half a step inside his coffin, so hateful. Especially an elder that just came out of the fallout shelter. Suddenly, he seemed to have caught onto something as he took out the black metallic sphere Academician Qin gave to him. Is it because of this? With a bomb, the person obviously didn't want this thing. Someone wanted to destroy the communication coordinate with Zhenghe's ship? Of course, that was only a possibility. Another possibility was based on the consideration of academician Qin's identity. Someone wanted to eliminate the experimenter at Fallout Shelter 027. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Someone knocked gently on the office door. After throwing the golden apple into the storage dimension, Jiang Chen said, "Come in." Su Lu pushed open the door and walked inside. The residents' emotions have all been stabilized. New tents and supplies were provided to the residents that suffered losses. To the residents that suffered more severe wounds, they are transported to the Fallout Shelter for medical aid. Great, you did well. Jiang Chen nodded, validating her work. Su Lu humbly smiled as she waited for further instruction from Jiang Chen. Where is Wang Zhaowu? He is personally patrolling with the team. Do you need me to find him? Jiang Chen shook his head, no need. Tell him there is no need to be so anxious. I won't blame him on this since no one would have thought of using a drone to detonate a bomb. However, I hope the same thing won't happen a second time. Okay. Su Lu nodded and left the office, gently closing the door behind her. Jiang Chen leaned on his chair again as he tilted his head to face the ceiling. Slowly closing his eyes, he tried to sort through the listless evidence inside his head. To be honest, if it were just a few irrelevant Fallout Shelter residents who had died, he wouldn't be bothered by it at all. What made Jiang Chen unsettled was the feeling of being in a bigger conspiracy. Someone killed people in his territory and used an unexpected method. However, he had no clue about the motive behind the killing. There were two possibilities. One was to destroy the golden apple, and another was to kill academician Qin. Wait. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes as he realized he entered into a logical error. Regardless who the killer was, he must be sure of one thing, and that is the Fallout Shelter is already open, and academician Qin has moved to the surface. It was not hard to know about this point as Camp 27 was only recently constructed, and the camp was not well fortified like the Fishbone base. A drone hovered in the air would thoroughly detect everything in the base. Who would have plotted against Fallout Shelter 027 from the start, and, as if he had the foresight, know that it has opened recently? The answer was obvious. Lin Chowan, and the people from the Crimson Chamber of Commerce. Based on the mission details obtained in the EP, Jiang Chen could deduce that Crimson Chamber of Commerce could only be considered an accomplice. They were helping Lin Chowan with the formula of happy times. Therefore, it must be Lin Chowan that plotted this explosion. But what are his motives? A word popped into his head. Evolution. Jiang Chen still remembered the words that academician Qin had told him about the three directions of evolution for civilization, as well as the inevitability of ideology output from the new civilization to the old one. Jiang Chen didn't think it was a big deal, but now something like this has happened. Could it be that these two things are connected? Robots, digitalized human, representing supreme? Jiang Chen mustered. Then, the signal light at the corner of the table began to flash. Seeing that there was a phone call, Jiang Chen pressed on the corner. Before him, a holographic projection appeared and projected Cheng Weiguo's portrait. "Boss, we have already investigated the location you have requested." When he saw Jiang Chen, Cheng Weiguo reported in an undertone. "Oh. Did you find something?" "We found a survivor gathering spot, but we are not certain. This is the aerial view." As he said this, Cheng Weiguo transmitted a video in front of Jiang Chen. It was a recording from 1,000 meters above. The target location was an office building. Because it was close to the city center, the building received higher impact from the high temperature of the shockwave. Just from the burnt surface, there was nothing to be made out. But from the sentry guns at the top of the building, it was not a no-man land. Immediately, the helicopter descended. The pilot wanted to move closer to observe if there were survivor activities but was quickly fired at by the anti-air machine guns hidden underneath. The picture shook violently and was immediately followed by the helicopter backing away. Because he didn't receive any attack instructions, the gunner didn't fire back with the Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon. "Is there someone there?" Jiang Chen asked with a frown. "It is unclear." Chen Weiguo's expression was helpless. Any survivor gathering spot with some capability would be equipped with life signal detection absorber. From the outside, it was impossible to tell if there were people inside. But with the number of sentry guns, someone should be there. "Send a few drones to keep an eye on it. If there is anything, immediately report to me. Also, send a few more men to Camp 27. If there is nothing else, that's it." "Yes." Chen Weiguo saluted and ended the communication. Jiang Chen turned off the screen as he let out a sigh against the chair. K, why are there so many things to take care of? He cursed as he got up and left the office. The next morning, Jiang Chen spoke with Wang Xiaowu and urged him to prioritize drone defense. Establishing a radar within the camp and an EMP trap were necessary. After these things were finished, Jiang Chen returned to the fishbone base. It was almost mid-March. If there were no surprises, the events in the modern world should be progressing smoothly. He has already left for a month. It would be better to solve the Panu Islands problem as early as possible. Now that the modern world's development was at a bottleneck, he could only bring out those insane technologies after he manages to secure a reliable location. After telling Sun Jiao that he was leaving for a few days, Jiang Chen took a batch of firearms from the 6th Street and traveled back to the modern world. To the Panu Islands near the equator, the difference between winter and summer was negligible. The sea breeze from the South Pacific Ocean carried the salty taste unique to the ocean. It swayed the green palm trees as well as the desolate smokes. War. No one had expected that the shadow of war would cover this isolated and small country. As to who shot first, no one remembered. The Liberal Party, with the support of unknown forces, funding as well as the firearms purchased from UA arms dealer, quickly equipped an anti-government force of 500. Their original plan was to start the uprising at the end of March. With the force separated into two, one force attacking Johnny's mansion while the other captured the presidential palace. They wanted to end President Edward's corrupt reign and support the new regime. But the truth stated that they were still too naive. The uprising experienced hardships from the beginning. While the Liberal Party, with an ample amount of funding and the extreme disappointment of the people towards Panu's current regime, could quickly gather a force willing to fight. But because of the abundance of people as well as the dismay in management, Panu's current government seemed to have received information beforehand. The moment the uprising started, the military reacted. The riot first started in Panu Island's capital Koro. The anti-government soldiers, wearing masks printed with the new state and the city's camouflage, were equipped with M4A1s. They were quickly tossed into an intense fire with state forces who held the same equipment. Then they were forced to retreat multiple times. The result completely surprised the Liberal Party. They originally thought that the moment the first shot was fired, the government military would join forces with them under the banner of justice. But their plan failed. The government military immediately started firing, and the soldiers wearing the new flag was quickly gunned down on the street. Then the armored vehicles headed onto the road as the 50 caliber heavy machine guns began to unleash its power on the rioters, concrete debris as well as broken limbs scattered everywhere. Although the government force was made up of only 100 people, they were all professional soldiers. Even if they used the same UA equipment, the combat ability of both sides was not on the same level. Especially since the government forces had armored vehicles and a tank on top of everything. It was slaughter. The new flag symbol didn't bring courage to the coup but instead became the identification symbol for the government force to identify the enemy. The strategy of a direct fire was wrong. Although the Liberal Party's cause was deeply instilled in every Panu citizen's heart, they still vastly overestimated their own influence and power. In modern warfare, numbers are not the decisive factor in winning a battle. Blood flowed from the front of the presidential palace to the north bank of Koro Island. The rioters attacking the palace had to continuously retreat. Those who were intelligent ripped off their masks and fled, pretending to be citizens. However, the slow-reacting rioters were pushed out of the rural area and forced to jump off the cliff at the north end of Koro Island. The vibrant blood made the passionate young men calm down. Although ideology was necessary, so was life. To the enemy they could not beat, they had no desire to fight for their life. On the other side of the battle, the same group of people attacking Johnny's mansion also suffered heavy defeat. Sparks jumped everywhere as the bullet shells dropped onto the ground. A white man in a bulletproof vest leaned against the wall as he maintained a professional stature. The Scar assault rifle accurately eliminated the rioters across the street. Headshot, the fifth one. The corner of Auburn's mouth, holding the cigarette, curled. He adjusted his gun before pressing the trigger one more time. Now it is the sixth one. You have lost. *T. The black young man leaning in front of the other window cursed as he felt the pain of losing the $200 bet. The rioters with M-series assault rifles were no different than monkeys with sticks. Without receiving professional military training, they couldn't even use their cover to create crossfire coverage. How is the situation outside? Johnny walked behind them as he carefully peeked out of the window. He had thought that he was courageous. One time for a pound of weed, he even whipped out a pistol to exchange fire with people from another gang. But that courage didn't seem to be too useful on the battlefield. He looked at the concrete debris scattering everywhere as it was the first time he felt so fearful. Auburn spat out the cigarette butt in his mouth and laughed. "Boss, don't worry. Even if 100 more came, they will only be targets." As he said this, the heavy machine gun on the roof unleashed fire and pinned 10-something rioters, who were attempting to climb into the mansion, dead on the ground. Just like this, Auburn gave a thumbs up to the window on the other side as he said casually to Johnny. They were mercenaries from Australia and part of the Australian Special Force before leaving the army. Now, they receive a high salary of $5,000 a month to protect this rich man. Johnny felt relieved. He sat on the sofa before standing up again. On the table was wine produced from Australia. Although the cap was removed, the anxious him didn't take a single sip out of it. "Boss, perhaps you need to relax." The black man with rifle comforted him as his smile exposed his white teeth. It was too easy to take care of these rioters. *T, of course, I know. He sat back on the sofa again as Johnny grabbed the wine bottle before pouring a cup for himself. But because his arms were trembling, the red liquid spilled onto his hand. What a waste. The black man longingly moved his sight away from the wine as he shifted his attention back to the scope of the assault rifle. "Pay attention. Make sure you secure your position." "Okay, boss." The mercenaries didn't know why their boss was so frightened. The rioters had no deterrence at all. Although they conducted a massive scale attack, that soon was stopped by the heavy machine gun on the roof. Just a little longer, the military force will arrive. Johnny was the star businessman on Panu Islands, as Edward has easily taken more than $10 million from Johnny's hands. But only Johnny knew himself that the money didn't belong to himself, and instead, a man called Robert gave it to him. He previously didn't feel uncomfortable at all as he freely used the bundles of cash to do business, bribe, and cause havoc under Robert's directions. But with Johnny International starting to expand, he almost possessed a monopoly over the entire Panu Islands economy. Until this point, he started to listen less and less to Robert's direction, at least he thought so. They didn't have a debt relationship. Without Robert's help, Johnny International could operate smoothly now. And once the area Linhua Group was developing is complete, the tourism on Panu Islands would exponentially grow, and his Johnny International would reap the benefits. That was true until a phone call 2 days ago woke him up from his sweet dream. 2 days later, the Liberal Party will face an upheaval. That day, Robert told him on the phone. That's impossible, they are only an underground party without power or money, Johnny remembered as he rebuked immediately without hesitation. Is that so? I am only reminding you. It's up to you if you want to listen or not. After this sentence, Robert hung up the phone. Johnny didn't think it was a big deal, but he felt uneasy as he spoke with Edward about it. He said that he had heard from an employee about the Liberal Party planning an uprising. But the uprising actually happened. The rioters were weak to the point where his bodyguards didn't suffer any injuries to block all of them out of his mansion. As to the bullet holes in the walls, it would only take a few $1,000s to repair, his only loss. But what frightened Johnny was not this, but everything had been under Robert's control. How did he know the riot would occur? Isn't that guy in Los Santos? Damn it. Confusion and fear tangled in his heart, he couldn't bother with the wine on his pants as he took a big gulp from the cup. The red-colored alcohol rolled down the corner of his mouth, along his neck, and passed beneath his collar. Ha! He swung his hand as he smashed the glass into the wall. *T. *T. Johnny swore out loud as he stood up from the leather sofa. He walked to the stairs and headed down. What's happening with boss? The black guy glanced at the stairs and cursed. War anxiety. I think all the new recruits suffer from this during their first, a bodyguard who hadn't spoken said in a low voice. Oborn didn't say anything as his vision remained locked 500 meters away, the scope's crosshairs behind a rioter running away. He had already dropped his weapon, but Oborn didn't plan to spare him. 13th, Oborn pressed the trigger as he muttered out grimly. Johnny arrived at the basement downstairs. 4 women were locked here barely covered in clothes. Their skin colors differed with varying identities. 3 were locals while a blonde was a news reporter for New Zealand who has been locked here for less than a week. They wore eye masks, face masks and locked in cages. When they heard the door opening, their feeble figures began to move, followed by a pleading whimper and the sound of shaking chain. Breathing heavily, Johnny loosened the belt on his pants as he only wanted to unleash his anxiety through hormones. *T, bit keys. The phone suddenly rang as it made the aroused Johnny jump. He took out his phone, wanting to smash into the wall. However, he saw the caller. Robert, his fingers began to tremble as he instinctively wanted to hang up the phone. But after debating for a moment, he gulped as he picked up. Hello. You picked up. I thought you would hang up on me, Robert mocked. *T, tell me what the *K you want. Johnny no longer respected him like when he first came to Panu Islands as he shouted back angrily. You drank? No wonder you are an Irish that lives inside booze. Robert grinned. He cleared his throat and then continued, let's talk about something serious. If you want to live, follow what I say right now. There is a boat on the north shore of Coro Island, take it. It will take you east to Australia, and you can spend the rest of your life there in peace and wealth. There was no response. Robert paused for a moment as he moved the phone away. He didn't know when the phone disconnected. This Dumba *S. Robert shook his head while laughing. He didn't bother with Johnny anymore as he called Jiang Chen. He rejected, Robert said. Aha. Lying on top of a chair while enjoying the peaceful horizon, Jiang Chen sluggishly held his phone. Although unfortunate, it was something he expected. Since Johnny just experienced life where he was above everything, a single phone call would not be enough to make him ditch everything there and spend the rest of his life in a corner. It was unpractical. Especially since he felt that he had now gained the confidence to break away from the chains on him, it certainly made sense. *T, I don't understand. Just shoot this garbage, why make it so problematic? If he really accepted the route of retiring in Australia, would you really let him live? Robert complained. Johnny knew too much, it would be a threat to let him walk. There was a high probability of him rejecting the offer. But since he did contribute to my cause, I thought it would be a nice gesture to give him an option. Of course, to making the wrong choice, I feel sincerely sorry. Although when Jiang Chen said that, he didn't look sorry at all. Okay. Let's not talk about that Dumba *s anymore. The Freedom Party people got beat up badly this time. Robert's tone carried a trace of mockery. This guy, they bought the firearms from you, who laughs at their customer this way? Jiang Chen laughed. I remember teaching the Dumba *s that bought the firearms from me how to use the @4 RPG, but I heard they didn't even bust a single armored vehicle. Robert cursed out, but he sounded like he was laughing. Because the harder they fall, the more advantageous it was for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled as he didn't respond to his words. Without busting a single armored vehicle was something unexpected for them. Based on what Jiang Chen and Robert had imagined, even if the uprising failed, they should at least be able to break 2 or 3 armored vehicles, perhaps they could even cause some trouble to that tank. The fewer heavy armors on the island, the more advantageous it would be for the next step. The tropical climate made it really easy for people to feel sluggish. Although the phone was still by Jiang Chen's ear, he began to feel sleepy. Hello? Are you still listening? When he heard there was no response for a while, Robert asked. Yes. Just leave the rest to me. 8 armored vehicles, 1 tank, and 2 helicopters, you sure that's okay? Robert was skeptical. Although he participated in the creation of future security, because he was not part of the training, he was unsure about their capability. Even though they had trained for half a year already, their opponent was the actual military. Of course. Jiang Chen yawned. Okay, looks like I am worrying too much. I will not disturb your nap. Robert joked and then hung up. Not a problem. Rather, it was simple. Jiang Chen put the phone on the table as he sluggishly stretched out his body. His thoughts drifted to the distant horizon, and he gave up the control of his muscles to gravity. It felt like his entire body was loose. He had enough of the oppressive feeling at the wasteland, enough of the yellowish-green radiation particles. The pristine blue and pure white made him unusually relaxed. It would be great if someone could live here forever. Jiang Chen muttered to himself and closed his eyes. After spending too long in the apocalypse, he was tainted with a trace of hostility. However, following the sound of the crashing waves in the southern kingdom, his hostility was being washed away. A trace of fragrance entered his nose. Soft skin gently touched his head. With a smile on his face, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. Like what he had expected, it was the exotic face. It was Aisha. When Jiang Chen came back to the modern world, he asked her to come back. The sea wind swayed the lightly curly hair. The white veil outlined the lithe but athletic figure. The vest line on her abs stretched to the tip of her bikini, her pale skin was that bright under the tropical sunshine. You are here, Jiang Chen said. Ivan said you were here, so I came. Within her green pupils, there was love as gentle as water. Aisha smiled timidly as she hugged Jiang Chen's head from behind. As he saw the softness on her face, Jiang Chen smiled, satisfied. Are you used to the climate here? Aisha nodded, but the words that floated out of her mouth were something completely different. I miss you. Regardless how many times he listened to it, it made his heart beat a little faster. Me too. He gently squeezed the hand caressing his face as he kissed the back of her soft hand. With fingers trembling, Aisha became misty-eyed. She leaned forward and pecked on Jiang Chen's lips. Jiang Chen only smiled. He quietly held onto her hand and watched the line connecting the ocean and the sky. In the sea waves of the southern kingdom, the two stayed until the sun set. This was the southernmost tip of Panu Islands. The tragedy at the north end, Koro Island, didn't disturb the peace here. The deep water harbor was deserted as the two docks were empty, only a few seagulls unpleasantly left some droppings. The small deep-water harbor that had cost at least 5 million USD perhaps was a failed investment to begin with. The occasional vessel that docked here was mostly here to unload to the Celestial Trade Company storage. The situation on the island was highly volatile as the government agencies were a complete mess. The government force searched house by house for the anti-government forces, which put the entire island into panic mode. The uprising failed in less than 12 hours. Everyone knew it was the end of the Freedom Party as they drew the line between them. Although the rioters didn't hurt President Edward, an at-4 rocket happened to land in his backyard and torn his nicely decorated garden into pieces. The enraged Edward immediately ordered all rioters to be hung and ordered that all residents must cooperate with the military forces' search. Any non-cooperation would be viewed as the accomplice of the rioters. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Did you happen to see rioters with weapons?" A Panu soldier in city camouflage stood in front of the warehouse and asked Jiang Chen. "Other than my security, no locals approached this place today." Jiang Chen smiled at the soldier. "Is that so?" The soldier extended his neck to peek inside the warehouse, but he didn't go in. Edward specifically urged them to not offend the foreign investors. Panu Islands were in the stage of development, and they needed investments, bribes. If this riot changed these capitalists' investment rating for Panu, it would be problematic. Although they have received information that a few Freedom Party members escaped to the southern end of Koro Island, there was no evidence pointed to them fleeing here. The soldier looked at Jiang Chen for a few more times before he signaled his comrades to leave. Jiang Chen watched the jeep drive away as he smiled unnoticeably. He then went back into the warehouse. "Thank you." From the shadow of the warehouse, Zhang Yapin's lifeless face appeared as he walked in front of Jiang Chen and bowed deeply. "No problem." Jiang Chen looked at the Zhang Yapin, who seemed to have aged overnight. He gave him a comforting smile. Zhang Yapin's face was full of bitterness. His mouth twitched for a while before he finally squeezed out a sentence. "We failed. Sorry. 500 people, 5 times the force. They never thought they would fail. Even if 2 people died for every government force, they wouldn't have lost. But they overestimated the determination of the people that joined the force. They had the will of iron before the war, but as soon as the war started, they swore at their parents for not giving an extra pair of legs when they fled the battle. Only a few died in the crossfire, but countless died escaping. Regarding equipment, the anti-government had excellent equipment. Although they didn't have any armored units, they had plenty of anti-armor at 4 rockets. Not to say the countless light machine guns, grenades, and smoke grenades. Unfortunately, they didn't use them before escaping, leaving the equipment to the government force. Without a doubt, a total loss. The uprising had failed. The Liberal Party under the suppression of the current regime could not even take care of themselves. Jiang Chen's 5 million USD investment naturally went down the drain. To the foreign businessman that helped him when he was in need, Zhang Yapin felt guilty. However, he couldn't do anything about it. "Do you know the reason behind why you failed?" Jiang Chen asked lightly. Zhang Yapin bitterly smiled as he leaned on the wall of the warehouse. "The lack of organization. The lack of training. Your uprising was too hasty." Jiang Chen then muttered to himself in his mind, "Sorry, Robert leaked the information. Regardless. There is no use to saying any of this. Have you given up?" Jiang Chen smiled. The civil war ended in 12 hours. Edward's government had already demonstrated the power of the Panu military. At least in the next 10 years, no one would dare oppose his ruling. "Of course I know this, I don't need you to tell me. I only want to ask, have you given up?" Zhang Yapin stared at Jiang Chen blankly. Finally, Zhang Yapin with a bitter smile shook his head. "How can I give up? But, I will learn to accept this reality. We originally thought that with 500 people and advanced equipment, we could easily execute Edward, but, there is no could in history, and no if. I know, but Sorry, but I have failed your investment. Jiang Chen laughed. 5 million USD is only a small number to me, I am willing to take the bet. Business is a lot like gambling. The truth is I lost the first round. Now I just want to know, are you still worth my next bet? Zhang Yapin was shocked. You mean, I can fund 5 million more? That is wasting money. Not only did President Edward outlaw forming any parties, even if the Liberal Party rose again, no one would respond under our banner. Jiang Chen laughed. He needed that effect. A weak, and easy-to-control government in power. Therefore, even if they replaced President Edward, their reputation among the citizens would not be high because the previous regime was not overthrown by them, but only under external influence. It will be a replica of what happened in Iraq, a complete puppet regime. Zhang Yapin looked at Jiang Chen's pleasant smile in confusion, he didn't know what was funny. I remember you studied in New Zealand before. That's right. Zhang Yapin nodded. He even considered that if the uprising was to fail, he could flee to New Zealand or Australia. Then have you heard the word mercenary before? The riot ended. The gunshots in Koro City had completed stopped, replaced by the siren of ambulances. Not only were the rioters injured, so were innocent citizens. The riot happened all of a sudden without any time to react. After the failed uprising, the cowardly rioters escaped into the crowd, which caused a lot of ordinary citizens to be wounded, and there were even casualties. Tonight would not be quiet. Outside of the presidential palace. In the palace similar to the White House, Edward was facing cameras as he clarified the situation to the foreign reporters eager for news. Mr. President, what's your opinion on this riot? They are only a bunch rioters, and my military suppressed them. Let me repeat, they are all rioters. Other than that, I have no opinion, Edward shouted at the British reporter. He didn't remember how many times he had to clarify this. Are the heads of the Western reporters made out of glue? Or are they just deaf? Is that so? But they are all citizens of Panu Islands, without using the police and directly sending the military, did this not violate the constitution of the country? I repeat, no. If I have, I will go change it now. Is your country's constitution written on toilet paper? A UA reporter mocked. The crowd laughed. Edward was so angry his face turned white, but he couldn't do anything to them. The firm stance of the Panu regime was only domestic. The UA aircraft carrier was parked at Guam Island 1,000 kilometers away. They would be able to initiate military action to rescue their citizens within moments. The only thing that angered him was that he had ordered for all flights into the country to be suspended 2 days ago, but these reporters seemed to have appeared out of thin air onto his territory. After dealing with the reporters, the weary Edward returned to the presidential palace and sat on his chair. But before he could get a moment of peace, a Han walked in. Wang Tianfeng, the representative from Linhua Group. He was from a relatively powerful family from Hua and was also the son of Linhua Group's president Wang Linhua. Is there something wrong? Edward used a calm tone as he looked at the man standing in front of his table. Regarding the progress on construction, with fluid English, Wang Tianfeng was straightforward. The riot in your country affected the progress of our construction. If it's in regards to business, you can talk with Johnny. Edward didn't want to listen to this question anymore. But I haven't been able to find him recently, Wang Tianfeng said helplessly. To be honest, he didn't want to come to this God-forbidden place. Even if he had to deal with foreigners, he would rather go to Europe or North America. But Linhua Group's business expansion internationally was the decision of his father and the board. As the successor of Linhua Group, he had to familiarize himself with international business. Based on what his father said, it was an excellent opportunity to build a reputation for their company. On the peaceful Pacific island, compared to the politically unstable Africa, it was much easier to develop business here. Yes, 2 months ago, it was peaceful here. But now, the riot had almost entirely halted construction. To be honest, rather than staying in the real estate business, he favored the future of IT much more. But Linhua Group's failure to acquire future technology. Additionally, this massive project from overseas has made the board change their decision. As he thought about this, Wang Tianfeng cursed at the person called Jiang Chen. He was a dog raised by the Wang family. He feels this bloated just by being on the Wall Street Journal twice. While he thought about this, he selectively ignored the ability future technology had demonstrated and put all the achievement of future technology domestically as the success of his uncle. But he was not to be blamed for thinking this way as Linhua Group rose because of political support. You can't find him. Edward raised his eyebrows in shock. I went to his mansion, but his security blocked me out. From the looks of it, the security level there is pretty high. What is that guy doing? There was a limit to fearing death. The civil war has already ended and he is still hiding in his mansion. The night began to fall. Despite the intense change that happened during the day, most of the Panu people have drifted to sleep already. Johnny was still in his mansion, curled up in his basement. Sitting on top of the cold wooden chair, he was chugging his collection. Lafette from 1982, Margot from 1986. Half a year ago, these were things he wouldn't even dare to dream about. The weed in Los Santos was expensive, but compared to the blood of the upper class, it was still night and day. The basement was humid, but he was trembling. Not because of the cold, but because of the fear he felt from the bottom of his heart. He ordered the mercenaries to station themselves around the mansion and not let a single fly in. He could read through their eyes. He knew the people he has paid to do things thought he was crazy. But he didn't care, he had enough money, he only wanted to live. To be honest, he didn't know why he was afraid of the guy who was in faraway Los Santos or why he was scared of the person behind Robert. Although this mansion and the saving in his bank account all belonged to him, he didn't have any sense of security. He felt like a hand was controlling everything. Like being the reckless billionaire he is, the increasingly cocky dictator president, the officials corrupted by USD. And the hundreds of bodies outside the mansion. He chugged the red wine like there was no tomorrow. The sour-sweet taste in his throat was like the ink of the bill, the color was like virgin blood. Beside him were 4 naked bodies, but he didn't have enough energy to play with them anymore. Even his finger became sore eventually. *T. He cursed as he flung away the glass in his hand. Smash, the glass shattered. He stared at the pool of redness on the ground as he decadently burped. Damn it. He said this in Han. It sounded weird. He learned it from Wang Tianfeng. Wang Tianfeng just came to find him, the bodyguard told him. Robert introduced Linhua Group. Wang Tianfeng was the representative from Linhua Group, and he didn't trust them. He was shaking. His instincts told him, someone wants to kill him, someone wants him died. He didn't want to die. He wanted to continue to play the role of a billionaire. He could act recklessly and at his will. Whether it was the wife or the daughter of the neighbor, as long as he was interested and he had the USD, Edward would solve the problem for him. But the last call from Robert woke him up completely. Yes, he was just a thug from the ghetto, an Irish without any talent. The only reason he possessed everything was that someone needed him to stir the muddy water. Leave. Retire in West Australia. Go to hell, how could he agree? He hung up on Robert and ripped apart the SIM card. With a grim look in his eyes, he stared at the basement door. Come, I want to see, how will you take my *king life away? The next evening, at the southern tip of Coral Island. An old transport vessel quietly sailed into the empty port. The port was deserted without a soul. Due to what had happened yesterday, most of the residents on Coral Island were immersed in fear and sorrow. Most people chose to ask for a day of leave so that they wouldn't need to go outside. The vessel docked. 50 muscular figures walked down from the vessel in an orderly fashion. The vessel came from West Africa. It sailed across half the globe. Ivan stood along with Jiang Chen on the high ground near the port. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes as he overlooked his loyal soldiers on the dock. These are 50 of the most talented soldiers. They have fought with Tuareg tribes guerrillas before during their training in Niger. But for real, is there no need to bring any equipment along? Ivan asked Jiang Chen. No need. Our firearms have been transported into the warehouse already, Jiang Chen answered concisely. Ivan looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. The firearms had already arrived, and he didn't sense it the slightest. His came to gain a new understanding of the boss ability once again. When should we start the operation? Ivan asked concisely. When you are prepared. A slightly cruel smile appeared on Ivan's mouth. Then now is a good time. Jiang Chen smiled and threw warehouse number 3's key into Ivan's hand. Aha, I will leave it up to you. After he finished, Jiang Chen left. Ivan watched Jiang Chen leave as he stood firm and saluted. Including the 50 people that arrived earlier, the total number of mercenaries from Future Security had reached 65 people. It was equivalent to half of the force of Future Security. No armored vehicles, no tank. But Jiang Chen prepared something much more advanced, kinetic skeletons and drones. Before he returned to the modern world, Jiang Chen almost cleaned out all the kinetic skeletons stored in the warehouse of the Fishbone base, even the ones that just came off the production line. Wang Qin was quite confused as to why Jiang Chen moved these things into the mansion. But Jiang Chen obviously wouldn't explain it to her. When he opened the containers inside warehouse number 3, Ivan ordered the captain of each team to hand a kinetic skeleton to each of the soldiers. At the training base in Niger, Jiang Chen left 2 sets of kinetic skeletons. Therefore, all the soldiers here have practiced with them, so they had no problems equipping them. Wearing the kinetic skeleton with polyethylene bulletproof boards and wielding the fluid-looking Reaper assault rifle, the team of futuristic-looking soldiers walked out of the warehouse. The 64 people were divided into 8 teams under the command of Ivan to complete the mission. All instructions would be given by the terminal in Ivan's hand and sent in real time to the tactical helmet of each captain. The 8 modified vans were the only method of transportation used. Both to store ammunition and as a drone control terminal. Other than the 8 infantry teams, 50 Hummingbird drone would also be involved. In a small-scale conflict without EMP, the disc-sized drone was without a natural predator. It was meant to be an unfair war, just like how the military steamrolled the anti-government force. From equipping to dispatching, it only took 10 minutes. Standing in front of the warehouse, Zhang Yapin silently watched the trails of dust left by the 8 vans, speechless. When he watched Ivan, Jiang Chen's bodyguard, begin to command these mercenaries, he already guessed the identity of these mercenaries. Jiang Chen walked beside Zhang Yapin with a smile. I am glad you made the correct choice. Is that so? Perhaps it is the worst choice. Zhang Yapin sounded like he was speaking to himself. It would have to depend on how you view the problem. Oh. Imagine this. Until today, you were all just underground party members that the government searched for. From today on, I will raise you to the throne. Jiang Chen exaggeratedly opened his arms. But this throne is only your puppet, am I right? Zhang Yapin smiled bitterly. Seeing that he understood the situation well, Jiang Chen laughed joyfully. He thoughtfully looked into the eyes of the future president. That's right. But without me, you are not even a puppet. Deep into the night in Panu Barracks. Soldier A, stop sleeping, the superior said to take extra caution, we have to keep an eye out. Soldier B rubbed his eyes and adjusted his hat, I will be up soon. The battle yesterday lasted until midnight. Until now, they haven't had the opportunity to close their eyes. Soldier A lit up a cigarette as he glanced at the small TV in the corner. The TV is playing President Edward's speech. Soldier B sighed. War. This goddamn war. Once the curfew is over, what do you plan to do? Soldier A, take my kids on vacation in Australia. Little Jim has been wanting to go for a long time. He wants to see the Great Barrier Reefs. What about you? Within the military, President Edward had high prestige. Some of the personal checks he received were distributed among the soldiers as a bonus. And because of this, while he didn't gain respect among the citizens, he received support from the military. Soldier B, I think I need to take care of my family. She said in the letters that she wished I'd come back early. Soldier A, I wish this whole fiasco can be over soon. Soldier B, SEH. I just heard something. That voice was light, like the vibration of a cicada's wings. The hummingbird with a 2mm caliber machine gun hovered in the air as it silently stopped in front of the window. The thumb-sized wide-field camera reflected two alerted but clueless faces. Tat-ata, an abrupt sound. Followed by the glass shattering and splashes of blood, the Grim Reaper silently arrived. The army is the foundation of a stable regime. To overthrow a regime, destroying its military was enough. The mission with the codename, Shattering Sword, promised to shatter the sword of the unwise ruler with flame and steel. 3 signal flares ignited and broke the quietness of the cold, silent night. Tat-ata. Bullets began to fly into the barack, the orange tail light laminated the entire camp. Future Security's mercenaries launched an unexpected attack. Panu Island's government was still immersed in their victory from yesterday. Although they remained alert, they were still caught off guard. The barack is being attacked, I repeat, the barack is being attacked. The general roared into the radio as he leaned against the thick concrete post, ordering the soldiers patrolling in the city to return and defend. An armored vehicle dashed out from the garage as the machine gun on the top spit out intense fire. It unleashed its power in the darkness outside of the camp. Damn it! Who are these people? They are definitely not the rioters. A soldier leaned behind the armored vehicle as he anxiously clipped on his helmet and fired into the darkness. Tat-ata. A few bullets scathed by his head as he immediately ducked down. It's drones. Damn it, we have to shoot those down. A government soldier holding a light machine gun fired at the shadows hovering above. Too small, can't hit them. Dumba *S, just cover fire. The dense bullets hindered the attack from the drones as it forced the drones to retreat temporarily, but just as they thought they were at an advantage, the Future Security ground force began to attack. 3 o'clock direction. Roger. The 8-person team almost covered every functionality. There were markers, snipers, infantry who took care of the cover fire, and support soldiers who maintained fire suppression. The team currently had no use for medics. Even if a stray bullet accidentally hit them, the outdated bullet would not be able to pierce through the polyethylene board on the kinetic skeleton. With the piercing power of the Reaper assault rifle, the concrete barack was like tofu, non-existent. The bullets could even leave a row of dents on the steel door of the armored vehicle. The only trouble that the government force could cause to these mercenaries were the heavy machine gun on the armored vehicle. But against the armored vehicle, the mercenaries were more collected than the rioters. A few Python rockets flew over as it instantly blew away 3 armored vehicles. Another armored vehicle realized the dire situation. It released a smoke grenade as it immediately backed away. But a rocket flew in its direction as if it had an eye and penetrated its armor without any doubt. Flames erupted, and smoke filled the air as the armored vehicle scattered everywhere and hit a few government soldiers who were taking cover. The general watched the flames as his eyes began to pop out. He tightly clenched onto the radio as he forgot how to speak. A soldier ducked behind cover fired back with a heavy machine gun while he shouted. Damn it, their firepower is too strong. At the same time, a deafening explosion covered the sound of the bullets. An explosion erupted among the field controlled by the attackers. As the general saw this, he turned ecstatic as he roared at the almost fallen friendly position. "It's a tank. Our tank. Everyone hold their damn position. The victory will belong to us. Tank, and helicopters." To demonstrate the negligible military power of Panu Islands, President Edward put all these heavy armors onto the street to patrol. In front of the armored force, any infantry was minuscule. Only one round of attacks. He stared in the direction of the support force with a fierce expression. Contrary to the excitement of the general, against the tank, Future Security's mercenaries were calm and collected. The He shell exploded. In fact, it wounded a few mercenaries, but that was it. The medics quickly dragged away the wounded soldiers. At the same time, a mercenary with a python on his shoulder, in cover among the shadows, opened the laser guide and locked it onto the tank. Before the tank could reload the second shell, he pressed the trigger. Smoke erupted, the arm-thick anti-armor rocket that was launched left behind a trail of orange light as it flew towards the front armor of the tank. In front of the thick armor, the trail of flames seemed frail. But the next scene completed shocked the government force. The undefeatable god in their heart, Chief Tank was blown open by the seemingly negligible rocket as if its armor was made out of paper. The flame went up to the sky as it illuminated their faces of despair. The helicopters with rotating machine guns flew towards them, but it soon crashed elegantly, along with it was the last remaining hope of the government force. The 10-something Hummingbird drones swarmed forward at the thin propeller of the helicopter. It was a simple way of attacking, but surprisingly effective. Their hope was extinguished entirely. The government force without any morale left finally lifted the white flag as they ditched their weapon and walked out of cover. Now, the regime of President Edward has finally ended. The night was bitter. A daunting human-shaped armor walked along the empty street. The moonlight scattered onto the merciless steel as it shined on the white symbols, T3. His steps were slow as he scanned around. It was as if he was taking a stroll. Broken houses. The closer he approached the mansion, the more tragic the scene looked. From the bullet marks on the wall and its density, it seemed to be from the cover fire of the machine guns. From the signs of explosions amongst the street, it looked like it was from grenade launchers. In the shambles, Jiang Chen saw a pair of eyes. Like a startled animal, the eyes escaped him when he turned around slightly. His throat moved before looking away. "I can do the cleaning." Aisha's voice came into his ears. "No. I think I should go personally." Although he couldn't see Aisha's face, Jiang Chen could still imagine her gentle gaze. In the civilian building not far away, the bullets almost penetrated the entire wooden back wall. A hand appeared in front of him, shaking, before quietly shutting the wooden window. Jiang Chen could feel that they feared him. "Are you feeling okay?" Aisha gently asked. "Of course. I have seen plenty of things more horrifying than bodies." Jiang Chen looked away from the civilian buildings in ruins as he said casually. Aisha knew he was talking about the other world. "But I feel you are not really okay." "Why do you say that?" Jiang Chen sighed. He was getting closer and closer to Johnny's mansion. He pulled out the tactical rifle from his waist. Although it certainly felt like killing a chicken with a machete, he still wanted to personally say goodbye to Johnny. As to the reason, he couldn't explain. Instincts. The cold voice carried a trace of tenderness. Instincts. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't comment on Aisha's explanation. The crisp sound of the magazine being clipped on. Aisha. Aha. Do you think I am in the wrong here? It was supposed to be quiet here. Everything started because of him. If it was not for his out-of-the-blue idea of asking Robert to send Johnny here, and then supporting an opposition to start a civil war, the people living here may never have had to experience war in their lifetime. It was a question he recently started to realize. The change in dimension may only take half a second, but the change in one's thinking process would take a long time. Sometimes he questioned himself if he had used the logic of the apocalypse in the modern world. This way indeed matched his interest, but was it correct? In my heart, you are always correct. Jiang Chen paused. A moment later, an open-minded laugh echoed inside the steel armor. Thank you. After he hung up the communication channel, fury instantly activated as a series of dense red dots appeared in his field of vision. All the trouble and hindrance of human nature were thrown into the back of his head. Jiang Chen felt his head was never so clear. The clarity was known as slaughter. Ding dash. The armor vibrated faintly as a bullet hit the plastic steel, it didn't leave a single trace. Jiang Chen looked forward with a grim smile, it was a black man aiming with his automatic rifle in hand. It should be the mercenaries that Johnny hired. The black guy saw his shot was ineffective. While he was shocked, his actions didn't stop as he launched a grenade. With the cool steel in front of him, he instinctively felt fear. The turbine engine in the back spit out flames as Jiang Chen casually separated himself from the grenade. The machine gun on the roof was pointed in Jiang Chen's direction. However, after he fired a few shots in that direction, the people along with the gun was shredded into pieces. Then Jiang Chen turned his gun and aimed at the red dots hidden behind the wall and pressed the trigger. The bullet ripped apart the weak wall and shredded the hearts hidden behind it. Jiang Chen kicked open the steel door of the mansion as he immersed himself in the rain of bullets without avoiding anything. Jiang Chen walked forward in big steps and started to fire back with the rifle. The mercenaries hired by Johnny fell down one by one. Seeing that they could not harm the monster, in any way, the remaining mercenaries all began to feel fear. Then, an RPG with a trail of flame flew towards Jiang Chen. Without thinking, Jiang Chen slapped the RPG with his left hand. Explosion, flame. The shattered shell made screeching noises on the plastic steel, but it didn't damage it at the slightest. Explosive shell. Try the armor piercing next time, suckers. Jiang Chen grimly smiled as he shot the person with the launcher onto the ground. The mercenaries were terrified. The truth had proved that in front of an undefeatable enemy, the professionalism people held was just bullsh*t. The remaining red dots began to retreat. They abandoned the person that hired them and fled in 3 directions. Jiang Chen ignored the mercenaries that lost the will to fight as he smashed open the door to the mansion and walked inside with the rifle on his shoulder. The trip mine at the door flew up. Jiang Chen in fury laughed contemptuously as he didn't even bother to dodge. He passed through the exploding smoke and walked towards the basement. There were 5 red dots inside, instincts told him Johnny was there. Fury deactivated. He took out the laser sword and melted the lock. Jiang Chen kicked open the door. A pungent alcohol smell blew in his face. With eyebrows furrowed, Jiang Chen started the air filtration system and walked downstairs. The light was on. The dark red room was filled with a cage, pole, wooden horse, as well as all kinds of sick-minded devices. Jiang Chen didn't look at the 4 naked bodies and stared at the man on the wooden chair. Wine. You certainly know how to enjoy life. Pale eyes looked at Jiang Chen as Johnny's throat moved. Are you here to kill me? That's right. Where did the mercenaries upstairs go? His voice had a hint of pleading, but he was unwilling to accept reality. Either dead, or they ran away. Johnny's eyes popped as he grabbed the pistol on the table and aimed it at Jiang Chen. His hand trembled. Especially when he saw that Jiang Chen didn't react to his action, his trembling became more noticeable. I beg you, please give me a chance. I did, but you didn't value it. Johnny first paused, before he started laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, if I listened to Robert and gave up everything, would you let me arrive in Australia alive? Bullsh*t. As he laughed, Johnny waved the pistol in his hand and pointed at Jiang Chen, who was inside the steel armor. Just like a child waving a toothpick at an adult. No. If I answer it like this, it will make you feel better when you die. Johnny temporarily held a pleading look on his face before it changed into hysteria. Then let's die together. Johnny shouted, pressing the trigger in his hand. It was not a pistol, but a detonator in the shape of a gun used to control the 15 kilograms of explosives underneath the basement. Sparks flashed, but nothing happened. His face began to show his despair. Why? Even if I explain to you what an EMP is, you probably wouldn't understand. Whatever, farewell. Jiang Chen pointed the gun at his head and pressed the trigger. The past 3 days were incredibly abnormal for the people living on Panu Islands. They previously thought the government force would be overthrown by an anti-government force, but the anti-government force suffered unimaginable losses. Just as they were about to give up hope on the anti-government force, the mercenaries they hired made the government force surrender with a white flag. The dramatic turn of events made people unable to comprehend what just happened. But regardless, the revolution was finally successful. After the Barak was captured, people finally recollected their confidence for victory. The insurgents yet to die in the civil war reunited under the new flag and retrieved the equipment from the armory and captured the presidential palace. They dragged President Edward that had yet to wake up from his bed and shoved him into prison. An insurgent climbed onto the top of the presidential palace and axed down the original flag and replaced with the new flag, 9 star and 2 palm leaves. The 9 stars represented the 9 islands of Panu Islands, palm leaves represented victory. At the same time, with the march of the insurgents, Jiang Chen elected as the head of the Liberal Party became the new leader in the presidential palace. He read the new declaration in front of the foreign reporters. The old regime was banished. The Panu Islands regime was changed from a presidential dictatorship to a presidential republic. At the same time, the country changed to federalism. The country's new name was New United Panu, or in short, XIN. The first president was Jiang Chen with a term of 5 years. A general election will be held 5 years later. The parliament was compromised of 9 members elected from each of the 9 islands' own jurisdiction. Other than some small amendment in the constitution to the president's power, all laws were succeeded by the previous political regime. A federal body consisting of only 9 islands were comical in the eyes of media. A lot of the Western media were debating if this news should be placed in international news or entertainment. Immediately, the BBC reporter asked if the country was named in Han. Jiang Chen explained that people with Han heritage comprised of 36% of the island's population. Han was listed as an official language along with English and Dutch. It was a decision based on culture, so there was no need to interpret it further. Another reporter asked a really sharp question. President Edward used the military to establish a dictatorship. What would prevent you from going on the same path as him? As to that question, although Jiang Chen felt bitter, his expression didn't reveal anything. He calmly announced a term that astonished all the reporters: defensive contract. Panu Island's national defense will be solely contracted to Celestial Trade Corporation. Celestial has the right to hire mercenaries within or outside of the border of Panu as its defensive force. Panu Islands will be directly responsible for the constitution with no need to follow the order of the president. The contract fee would be paid in the form of customs tax and land rental cost. When they heard Jiang Chen's explanation, the same thought flashed across all of the reporters' minds. This is insane. In this case, it practically meant the military of the country was handed over to private ownership. The military would operate similarly to a corporation. Would this military have any combat ability? Would this military be able to protect national security? Would this kind of company be safe in the first place? But after they thought it through, this kind of thing was not without precedence. The current UA force was an army that was most reliant on private corporations. Over 60% of the defense budget was paid to defense contractors. The current UA soldiers would complete the most basic duties as a soldier while the rest were contracted out. From weapon development, manufacturing, to the logistics behind supplies, private contractors existed everywhere. The force would be government-owned while private corporations contracted for the work. Not only would it save a significant amount in terms of cost, but it would also throw the burden of any casualties to the company. Since there was a precedence, this measure could certainly be applicable. But it was the first time these reporters had heard of contracting the entire national defense to a private corporation. They had to say, regarding being lazy, the sesame-sized small country was at the frontier of the world. Because of this, the small country with less than 20,000 people made to the front page of international news several times. At the same time, celestial trade also got on the pages of a reputable news agency. To the company that the public never heard of, all kinds of irresponsible claims began to appear. Someone said that oil may be underneath Panu Islands and the Celestial Trade Corporation was a subsidiary of an oil giant, so the capital may be from the UA. Someone also guessed it may be the work of HUA as they plan to intervene in international affairs. Of course, no one imagined the connection between Celestial and Future International since the two were completely unrelated. Before the boat left from West Africa, Jiang Chen closed Future Security in Niger and moved the equipment and the remaining individuals onto 2 vessels. As to the basic infrastructure, it was sold to the Niger government at cost. The 2 vessels would set sail through Cape of Good Hope and take the far route to Panu Islands. On the other side, after the insurgents had shoved President Edward along with his family into the prison, they furiously marched towards Johnny's mansion. They were much more careful this time after they learned from the tragic experience of attacking Johnny's mansion previously. They brought the only armored vehicle that remained from the Civil War. With the cover of the armored vehicle, they were much more confident. But when they arrived at the mansion, they found out someone already visited. The metal gate outside looked like a car smashed into it as it lied on the grass field a few meters away. The wall looked as if large-caliber bullets sprayed through it as a few parts were broken into sections. Especially the machine gun position hidden behind sandbags, the sand from the bags had all spilled out. A lot of walls were shattered into pieces. They didn't know what weapon was so powerful. The bodies in the mansion were yet to be cleaned. All the fatalities had their heart pierced by a bullet. The killer's shooting was frighteningly accurate, even for the mercenaries that hid behind the wall, the bullet penetrated through the wall before it hit their heart. In the end, the insurgents found Johnny's body in the basement along with 4 females he locked up. 3 of the females were locals, 1 of them was a wife, and 1 was in junior high. They were all registered died due to vehicle accidents, but they were actually locked up in the villain's basement. The other woman was a reporter from New Zealand and captured when she sneaked into Johnny's mansion undercover for a report. When the news was exposed it caused a huge uproar in New Zealand. However, because Johnny had already died, there was no purpose seeking justice on a corpse, especially since the old regime was already overthrown. The incident was heated for a period before it cooled down. In the end, the 4 victims all received a generous sum of compensation from the Xian government. It was rumored that the money was donated by an anonymous wealthy man as a small compensation to the unfortunate people. Of course, these were all after stories.